What if the fate of nations hinged on the whims of a single man, one whose very birth was cloaked in prophecy and drenched in blood? The Trojan War began with a whisper, a curse hidden in the folds of a goddess's gown, an unholy pact forged in shadow and light. Paris, the shepherd prince, destined to ignite a conflagration that would consume empires, didn't know he was the matchstick poised to light the powder keg. But you, dear reader, are on the precipice of a reality too bizarre to fathom. What if love could ignite war? What if a golden apple, yes, the kind that ends up in a fruit basket, could topple kingdoms? One choice, one single act of desire, and the world spirals into a chaos more intoxicating than a Greek symposium gone awry. Did you think you understood heroism? Think again. Heroes fall like dominoes, villains rise like the phoenix, each life bent on revenge, passion, and betrayal. Picture a world where gods play chess with mortals as pawns, where laughter echoes in the halls of Olympus, mingling with the cries of despair. Is it humor or horror that drives men to their knees? Athena's wisdom, Aphrodite's allure, and Hera's wrath, each goddess eager to claim Paris's heart, but all wanting their pound of flesh in return. And Paris, poor fool, caught in the storm, unaware that every seduction is a knife poised at his back. What's more perilous than a beautiful woman? A beautiful woman with a vendetta. Helen of Sparta, stunning, cunning, and just as likely to turn a wedding into a bloodbath as she is to share a laugh over a cup of wine. Paris, smitten by her beauty, doesn't realize he's just signed his death warrant. His ethereal fantasy morphs into a nightmare where every gaze is a loaded weapon, every kiss a calculated risk. The Trojan War, a saga dripping with irony and soaked in the bittersweet essence of fate. Men fighting for honor, women fighting for freedom, and gods watching with popcorn in hand. Sacrifice, ambition, and treachery collide in a cosmic joke that no one seems to understand. Are you laughing yet? Or are you holding your breath, caught in the snare of this age-old tragedy that feels all too familiar? Time ticks down like a countdown to cataclysm. The ships are launching, oars thundering against the waves, a symphony of chaos approaching the shores of Troy. Can you hear it? The clash of steel, the cries of champions, the discord of broken vows. And in the center of it all, a man who thought he merely wanted love but instead unravels the fabric of civilization itself. So, what will it take for you to step into this tale where gods become men and men become monsters? Will you dare to confront the enigma that is the birth of Paris? One choice, one spark, and the world as they knew it ignites. Welcome to the chaos. Welcome to the cataclysm. The stakes have never been higher. Can you handle the truth? A single drop of blood hits the ground, a stark crimson against the sun-bleached earth. Time pauses, the world holds its breath. The clamor of swords clashing, the cries of men, the wails of heartache pull at the edges of reality. Here, on the cusp of chaos, lives are written in the dust, and destinies twist like the tendrils of smoke rising from the pyres of honor. The air is thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and the metallic tang of impending death. There's Aeneas, the sun god, glaring down, igniting the scene with a harsh light that feels accusatory. In this moment, nothing is as sacred as it once seemed. I remember Paris, his name echoing through the whispers of the wind like a haunting refrain. Young, handsome, and ensnared in a web of desire, he stands at the precipice of his fate. A prince of Troy, the weight of his family's expectations pressed down like an iron shackle. He clutches the golden apple, a bribe from the goddess of discord, Eris, the catalyst of this maelstrom. It glints in his palm, a promise of beauty and chaos intertwined, an invitation to disaster wrapped in allure. Paris, you foolish boy, do you not see the storm brewing? I remember Helen. The beauty, the cause of 1,000 ships, her laughter a chiming bell that echoes through time. She dances on the edge of dreams, but her heart is shackled by the chains of another. A queen, yet a captive of her own desires. She stands torn between the life of a dutiful wife and the intoxicating allure of passion. Each step she takes toward Paris is a step away from her life, a step into darkness that she can't comprehend. She's a moth, drawn to the flame, oblivious to the searing heat that will consume her. The shadows stretch long as I remember Agamemnon, the king whose pride is as vast as the Aegean Sea. He's the architect of this war, a man torn between duty and arrogance. His eyes burn with ambition, and at his core lies a darkness, an insatiable thirst for glory. He will lead the charge, but at what cost? His heart is a battlefield, riddled with fear of failure, of being eclipsed by his brother's lesser light. The weight of his crown is an anchor, dragging him into the depths, where the siren calls of vengeance sing sweetly in his ears. In the midst of this, the gods watch, their laughter echoing like thunder in the distance. They weave their plots, their whims determining the fates of mortals. The tension crackles in the air, a live wire waiting for the slightest touch. Athena, goddess of wisdom, her eyes smoldering with rage, sees Paris's choice as a personal affront. Hera, queen of the gods, her jealousy sharp as a dagger, vows to unleash her wrath. And Aphrodite, radiant and alluring, promises Paris the love of the fairest woman in the world, Helen herself. How intoxicating, this dance of divinities, as they toy with human lives like children with clay. The night grows heavy with secrets, the stars twinkling like the eyes of the guilty. I shiver as I remember the fateful night of the choice, Paris standing before the three goddesses, their beauty blinding, their promises deadly. How could he have known that a mere mortal could provoke such wrath? Each goddess offered a gift, a chance at love, power, beauty, but at what price? I can almost hear their voices, echoing through the darkened hall, laced with honey and venom. The choice feels inevitable, yet tragic, a dream woven with threads of despair. A shiver races down my spine as the moment unfolds, the dawn of war, the birth of bloodshed. The ticking clock of fate reverberates in the stillness, counting down to the inevitable confrontation. Paris's fingers tremble as he reaches for Aphrodite. I can feel the air thicken, silence shrouding the room like a funeral veil. With that one fateful decision, the heavens tremble, and the earth shivers. The gods chuckle, shadows flickering at the edges of their divine shadows. They know the catastrophe they have set in motion, and their delight is chilling. The laughter of men fades into memory as the whispers of betrayal and heartbreak swirl around me like a tempest. I remember the ships, countless as the stars, sailing toward Troy. Each one carrying a heart burdened with dreams, hopes, and fears. The scent of salt water mixes with the smoke of burning flesh. I can almost taste the bitterness in the air as Agamemnon rallies his men, their faces set with grim determination. He doesn't see the cracks in their armor, the doubt lurking just beneath the surface. The war cries will drown out their fears, but they will not silence the ghosts of those they leave behind. Through the chaos, I see Helen's face, conflicted, vulnerable, a pawn in a game too grand for her mortal heart to bear. Love and betrayal intertwine in her soul, a wound that festers within. She gazes upon Paris, and the world fades around them. But there's a price to pay, every kiss is a dagger, every embrace a betrayal of her vows. The weight of her choice presses down, and I can feel her heartbreak echoed in the hearts of countless women throughout time, sacrificed for love, for war, for glory. And as the sun sets, casting long shadows across the land, a chilling realization washes over me. The origins of this war are not merely the whims of gods or the desires of men, they echo through the corridors of time, reverberating in our own lives. Love is not innocent, it is a battlefield where hearts are weapons, and every choice ripples out, creating waves of consequence. So here we stand, on the brink, the stage set for devastation, the stakes higher than anyone can fathom. The Trojan War is not just a tale of glory and honor, it is a tragedy written in blood, an eternal cycle of desire and destruction. The clock ticks, and with each passing moment, we are drawn closer to the edge, unable to look away. The story of Troy is being etched into the annals of time, a ghost that will forever haunt the hearts of those who dare to love. As the sun dips below the horizon, a chilling promise hangs in the air, a promise of chaos, of heartbreak, of the dark embrace of fate. The city of Troy stood bathed in a foreboding silence, the kind that settles like dust over shattered dreams, where the air hung heavy with unspoken fears and the scent of impending doom wafted through the narrow streets. You could almost hear the heartbeat of the ancient walls, a slow, mournful thrum that echoed the pulse of Priam's anxious heart. A single torch flickered in the darkness of the palace's grand hall, casting a ghostly glow over the ornate tapestries that whispered tales of valor and glory, now tinged with the salt of tears. The walls seemed to lean in, straining to capture the tension that coiled tighter with each breath. I remember the night it all began, the moment when fate's cruel hand gripped my throat. I stood there, a mere spectator to the chaos swirling around me. Hecuba, my mother, her face a mask of anguish, clutched at her robes as if they could shield her from the storm brewing outside our doors. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope dancing with despair, a wild tango that spun our family on the brink of destruction. "What will become of us?" she whispered, the words heavy with the weight of prophecy. From the corner of the room, Hector loomed, my brother, the valiant warrior whose very name struck terror into the hearts of our enemies. But tonight, there was no bravery in his posture, only an exhausting weariness that clung to him like the scent of sweat and blood. "We must be strong," he said, words ragged and raw, but even he knew that strength could only carry us so far. I watched him, my hero, grappling with the specter of his own mortality, the crushing realization that every fight could be his last. We're not just defending Troy, I thought, we're defending the ghosts of our past. I remember the stories we used to share during the long nights, tales of gods and monsters whispered between the shadows. Those stories felt foolish now, mere echoes of laughter swallowed by the grim reality that loomed above us. The walls of Troy, once a sanctuary, now felt like a gilded cage, its splendor a facade that only masked the dread that pulsed beneath. The clock of our lives ticked menacingly, each second a reminder of the impending doom that crept ever closer, slinking through the cracks in our defenses. Cassandra, my sister, with her wild hair and fiery spirit, stood by the window, her gaze locked on the starlit horizon. "They're coming," she murmured, a haunting melody that reverberated in my chest. She had always been the voice of truth amid our delusions, a cursed oracle whose prophecies no one dared heed. "Do you hear them?" she asked, her voice trembling, as if the very earth quaked beneath the weight of her foresight. "The ships are approaching. The Achaeans will not rest until they've taken everything from us." Her words clawed at my insides, tightening my throat. I felt the weight of our lineage on my shoulders, Priam's blood running hot through my veins, the legacy of kings and warriors all converging in this one moment of grief. Each heartbeat marked a memory, a loss, a flicker of joy snuffed out by the dark tide of war. I wanted to scream, to shake her and demand that she silence the ominous truth that gnawed at our hearts. Yet, within me stirred a strange respect for her madness, for it was more terrifying than the sword of Achilles, this relentless certainty of doom. The palace doors burst open, and the cold wind rushed in, carrying with it the scent of smoke and ash, the promise of ruin. I could hear the distant cries of soldiers, both friend and foe, echoing through the night, a cacophony of despair that clawed at my sanity. I could feel the tremors of the earth beneath my feet, as if Troy itself were shuddering in fear. As I stood frozen, the shadows danced around me, mocking my inaction. What good is bravery when faced with inevitable loss? I thought, bitterness rising like bile in my throat. Hector snapped me from my reverie, his voice a low growl. "We cannot allow fear to take root," he said, a desperate defiance glinting in his eyes. But I could see it, the fear, lurking just beneath the surface, a monster waiting for the right moment to strike. The tension in the room was palpable, crackling like electricity, each person caught in their own web of dread and denial. I could feel the weight of Priam's gaze upon me, his disappointment suffocating. "You are my son, you are a warrior," he would say, but in that moment, all I felt was small, a child lost in a world too vast and cruel. I wanted to scream, to release the pent-up anger and frustration that bubbled within. What does it matter? I thought, what good is a warrior's heart when the world is set aflame? But even as the storm raged outside, I could sense the flicker of rebellion igniting within. My heart beat in time with the distant drums of war, a rhythm that called to me, urging me to rise. I clenched my fists, the heat of determination replacing the chill of fear. We were the house of Priam, and we would not go quietly into the night. The moment stretched like an eternity, each second a beat in an unholy symphony of dread, longing, and furious hope. I could feel the ghosts of our ancestors watching, their whispers swirling around me. "Fight, fight, fight," they urged, echoing through the corridors of my mind. But as the night deepened, and the shadows grew longer, I knew that the battle would not just be against the Achaeans. It would be against our own demons, the fear that threatened to shatter us, the memories that haunted our every step, the legacy that demanded we rise, even when the ground beneath us felt so utterly unstable. The clock chimed, the sound reverberating through my bones as I stepped into the darkness. I chose to embrace the chaos, to face the weight of my lineage, to stand against the tide. And as the first arrows rained down upon us, I felt the fire ignite within my soul, and for the first time, I understood, this was not merely about Troy, it was about the very essence of who we were, the last stand of a family bound by love, loss, and the furious defiance of fate itself. In the heart of a moonless night, the air hung thick with foreboding, a palpable tension that twisted like a serpent around the throats of the residents of Troy. I stood on the edge of a precipice, my heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced menacingly in the flickering torchlight. I remember the scent of damp earth mingling with fear, the way it curled into my lungs like a whispered warning, echoing the prophecy that loomed over us all, a prophecy that had marked my brother, Paris, a man with the charisma of a sunbeam and the naive bravado of a child. Paris, oblivious to the storm swirling around him, leaned against the marble columns, his laughter ringing out like a melody in the oppressive silence. But beneath that laughter, I felt the tremor of something darker lurking, an unseen hand tightening around our fates. He was my brother, my flesh and blood, but that night, he felt like a stranger wrapped in a cloak of destiny. I wanted to shake him, to scream, "Don't you see? You are the harbinger of doom." But the words lodged in my throat like shards of glass, and I could only watch as he reveled in the thrill of life, blissfully ignorant of the cataclysm that awaited us. "Cassandra!" His voice cut through the air, bright and carefree. "Why do you stand there like a statue? Come join me." How could I join him in revelry when the weight of the world pressed down upon my shoulders? I was the seer, the cursed one, burdened with visions of destruction that would shatter our city and the hearts of its people. My heart felt like a drum, beating a frantic rhythm of dread. I remember the night spent chasing shadows, the sleepless hours haunted by visions, flames licking the sky, the cries of the innocent, the taste of ash on my tongue. "Paris," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, trembling with unshed tears. "You must listen to me. The omens, they are clear. The gods are angry, and they have chosen you as their instrument of wrath. You cannot ignore this. He waved me off, a careless gesture that slipped through my fingers like sand. "Cassandra, you are too much a child of doom. Life is meant to be lived. Join me. Enjoy this moment." But how could he not feel it? The air crackling with electricity, the whispers of the cosmos, the ancient trees surrounding us bending beneath the weight of portent. I was all too aware of the cruel game fate played, how laughter could morph into screams in an instant. Then came the figure, a silhouette cloaked in shadow, stepping from the depths of darkness where secrets festered. It was Priam, our father, his face a storm of worry. "Paris! Cassandra!" His voice thundered, a weight of authority that clashed with the carefree atmosphere. "The council convenes. There is talk of war. A threat looms over our city, and you must understand, war." I barely breathed the word, the chill crawling over my skin like a funeral shroud. What do they foresee? What do they know? "They know that you, Paris, are the center of it all," Priam said, his eyes boring into his son as if willing him to see the truth. "The prophecy is set. You hold the key, and with it, the power to bring ruin upon us." Paris's laughter died, replaced by the icy realization that hung in the air like a noose. "But how can that be? I am no warrior. I am merely a man seeking joy." "Joy?" I spat, the severity of my own anguish igniting a fire within me. "Joy is a fleeting shadow, brother. You must understand, the gods are capricious and cruel. They thirst for blood, and your happiness is their poison. Do not let them trap you in this web." The night grew silent, the weight of my words lingering like the scent of decay. I could see it in Paris's eyes, a flicker of doubt, a crack in his armor of nonchalance. But before that flicker could ignite into understanding, it was snuffed out by the reckless flame of his spirit. "No. I will not live in fear," he declared, his voice rising defiantly. "I refuse to be shackled by your visions, Cassandra. What do you want of me? To hide in the darkness, waiting for death? I would rather live a single day as a free man than an eternity cowering in shadows. His words cut me deeper than any blade, a wound that threatened to bleed me dry. I was left standing, a ghost haunting my own life, my heart breaking under the weight of his conviction. Did he not see the danger? The storm gathering on the horizon, the whispers of fate that promised disaster. Anguish twisted in my gut as Priam wrapped a protective arm around Paris, drawing him close, a father shielding his son from the world. I wanted to scream, to tear the veil of ignorance from their eyes, but the words fell away. In that moment, the air shifted. I felt it, a pulse, a tremor that coursed through the ground beneath our feet. The stars above began to throb with an ominous light, heralding the arrival of something sinister. The earth trembled, a low growl that echoed the sound of drums, war drums, growing louder, rising to a fever pitch. "Listen!" I shouted, my voice raw and desperate. The earth speaks, the winds howl. Our fate is etched in the very fabric of the cosmos. Remember this moment, my brother, when all you saw was joy. Remember the darkness that follows. And in that chilling silence, the shadows shifted, swirling around us, wrapping tighter, suffocating. I gripped my own arms, lost in the chaos of emotion, a tug-of-war between love and fear. Paris's eyes glimmered with a hint of understanding, but it was fleeting, a candle flickering in the suffocating dark. In that instant, we stood on the precipice of fate, unaware of how deeply we were entwined in the web of the gods. The storm raged, and I could feel the weight of the world crashing toward us, ready to consume all in its path. Time twisted, bending like the arc of fate, and reality blurred. The shadows beckoned, the prophecy pulsed, and in that moment, I knew, the threat to Troy was not just a whisper but a howl, a relentless tide that would swallow us whole. And as I watched my brother, my heart fractured, each beat echoing with the unspoken truth, the end had already begun. The sky was a bruised shade of purple, the air thick with the weight of unsaid words. I stood at the edge of the Seine, its waters swirling like a restless soul, and I could feel it, an electric pulse, a hum thrumming beneath my skin. Across the river, the city loomed, a jagged silhouette against the dimming twilight, its ancient stones whispering secrets of glory and grief. Paris. The name tasted bitter on my tongue, a promise unfulfilled, a dream tinged with shadows. I remember the first time I saw her, Elodie, her laughter ringing like a bell, cutting through the gloomy fog of fear that cloaked my heart. She danced through the cobbled streets, her dress swirling like a tempest. But laughter was a fragile thing, and the weight of the coming storm pressed down on us, heavy and oppressive. A child of light, she was, yet darkness clung to her like a persistent spectre. "I can't stay in this city much longer," I whispered, feeling the tremor in my voice. The shadows flickered like ghosts, as if they were listening. The weight of unspoken dread hung between us, a taut thread ready to snap. But she smiled, her eye sparkling with mischievous defiance. "You're not afraid, are you?" she teased, twirling in the fading light, her laughter a soft balm. Yet even in her playfulness, I could sense the undercurrent of what we both feared. The signs were there, ominous, pervasive, lurking in the corners of our lives like a predator waiting to pounce. And then there was Luke, my friend, my anchor, a man burdened by a past he couldn't shake. He stood a few paces back, his face a mask of troubled contemplation. The shadows cast by the street lamps stretched long and crooked, distorting his features into something almost unrecognizable, a haunted visage that spoke of battles lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of reality. "It feels wrong," he murmured, as if confessing a sin. "Every day, it feels like the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen." I remember the way his words settled over us, heavy and foreboding. The city was alive, pulsating, but beneath that vibrant exterior lay a sickness, a creeping malaise that ran deeper than any river. The air carried a scent of decay, and I could feel it seep into my bones, robbing me of hope. "There's talk of pestilence," Luke continued, his eyes darting around as if the very shadows would leap forth and consume him. "People are already falling ill, and yet they dance like fools in the streets. It's madness." Elodie laughed again, but this time it was brittle, shattering against the harsh reality we faced. "Life goes on, even in the face of death," she said, her voice trembling. but I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, the doubt swelling like a storm cloud, ready to burst. I wanted to tell her to stop, to turn back, to find solace in the quiet corners of our hearts, but the words stuck in my throat, choking me like the fog that rolled in from the river. Instead, I pulled her closer, needing to feel her warmth, that flickering flame in a world gone dark. I could hear the distant sounds of laughter, of music, but it all felt like a cruel mockery, a facade painted over the rotting truth. "Listen," Luke hissed, drawing us back from the precipice of our shared fears. "Listen to the night. It is alive with whispers. Can you hear them?" I strained to listen, heart pounding, the echo of my pulse drowning out the world. As if in response, the wind picked up, swirling leaves and debris with a fevered urgency. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that swallowed the noise whole. The city held its breath, teetering on the edge of a knife. I remember the way the moon hung low that night, a sickle of silver casting an otherworldly glow over the cobblestones, illuminating the darkness like a warning beacon. We stood there, three souls bound by fear and love, fragile as glass, but the world was shifting beneath us, transforming like the rippling water at our feet. "Something is coming," I whispered, the weight of my own words crushing me. It resonated in the stillness, echoing back like a taunt. Elodie's fingers tightened around mine, her heart beat steady, a defiance against the encroaching dread. "We can't let it ruin us," she insisted, her voice fierce, but I could see the tremor in her hands, betraying her resolve. But Luke, my dear Luke, was slipping further into shadows, his face pale, haunted, as if he had seen something, a vision of despair lurking just beyond our perception. "What if it's too late?" he murmured, a plea wrapped in the shroud of desperation. "What if we're already lost?" The night grew darker, the weight of impending doom settling like a shroud, and I felt the world around us shift again, like a heartbeat stuttering. The signs were there, ghostly reflections in the water, the mournful wail of the wind, the flickering street lamps that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. And then came the screams. A piercing sound that sliced through the silence, echoing through the narrow streets like a death knell. It broke our fragile cocoon of hope, and we all turned, stunned, our hearts racing. "Stay here!" I shouted, though it felt futile, a weak defense against the torrent of fear. The night had awakened, and something dark lurked just beyond the edge of the light. Elodie hesitated, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight, glimmering with unshed tears. "What if, no?" I snapped, the desperation clawing at my throat. I couldn't bear the thought of losing her to whatever lay in the shadows. But even as I spoke, the realization swept over me like a cold wave. I was powerless to protect her, powerless to shield us from the tide of horror that was rolling in, unstoppable, inevitable. And as the night closed in around us, I felt the world slipping, spiraling into chaos, the birth of Paris marred by the ominous signs of what was to come. The pulse of the city quickened, every heartbeat resonating with the terror of the unknown, and I knew this was just the beginning. The clock tower loomed over the city, its hands frozen at a moment ungraspable. Time had abandoned Paris, just as its king had. I stood in the shadow of that ancient stone, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing through the empty streets, each pulse a reminder of the dread that hung in the air like the stench of smoke from a forgotten fire. The silence was a living thing, clinging to my skin, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember the day the king fled, a moment so palpable, it etched itself into my soul. "Not a word, Emile!" Claire hissed, her voice trembling with a raw urgency that sliced through the stillness. Her eyes, wide and glistening like black pearls, bore into mine. "We must go, now!" She tugged at my sleeve, urgency threading through her every gesture. But I was paralyzed, rooted to the ground by the weight of uncertainty. This was the moment when dreams turned to dust, and with it, the unthinkable, our beloved Paris disintegrating from the inside out. I remember the whispers, ghostly echoes of betrayal and fear that wound their way through the cobbled alleys. "The king has abandoned us," they said, a mantra that resonated in the deepest recesses of my mind. Abandonment. The word hung heavy, tainted by the taste of despair. How could a king, with all the power in his grasp, choose to turn his back? How could he leave us to wither in the chaos, like silent spectators to our own tragedy? I can't leave. Not like this. My voice cracked, the words barely escaping my throat. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I left, I would be leaving a part of myself behind, buried beneath the rubble of what once was. Claire's fingers caught my chin, forcing me to meet her fierce gaze. You'll die here, Emil. We can't wait for a savior who's already deserted us. Her determination ignited something within me, a flicker of hope in the consuming darkness. I remembered the laughter that used to spill from the taverns, echoing beneath the bridges, the warmth of bodies pressed close together, sharing dreams and fears over mugs of cheap ale. But now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, a cruel mirage haunting the corners of my mind. Look around, she implored, her voice rising, echoing against the stone walls. The city is crumbling. It's not just the king, it's the people. They are leaving, fleeing like rats from a sinking ship. Paris is dying. Her words pierced through me, igniting a fire of resentment and fear. The king's decision, like a dark cloud, hovered over us, suffocating and relentless. I remember the news that had spread like wildfire. The gates would be shut, the city's heart would beat no more under the weight of abandonment, and I could feel it, a shiver running down my spine, a premonition that this was not just another rumor. This was the end. A burst of laughter shattered the tension, a raven's caw against the backdrop of despair. It belonged to a jester, lost, perhaps, or maybe liberated, dancing in the square, oblivious to the decay surrounding him. His painted face, a mask of joy, felt like a cruel joke. I could almost hear the echoes of his laughter mingling with the sobs of the city. It was as if the universe held its breath, watching us teeter on the brink of something unspeakable. Emil! Claire's urgency snapped me back. We have to move. She turned, scanning the darkened corners of the street like a hawk searching for its prey. I followed her gaze, my heart racing. Shadows danced and twisted, stories untold lurking in the corners of my mind. What had become of our dreams? What ghosts lingered in the alleys, waiting to snatch us away? I could feel the weight of her resolve, a force that pulled me forward, but I was haunted by the memories that clung to me like cobwebs. The city was alive, pulsing, breathing, dying. I remembered the street artist, his charcoal drawings whispering promises of a future, now reduced to memories scattered in the winds of despair. It was as if the very walls held onto fragments of our history, but they would not be enough to save us. The wind howled, a mournful wail that sent chills racing down my spine. What if we get caught? I whispered, my voice barely audible. What if we're left behind, like the others? Claire's hand squeezed mine, grounding me with her warmth, a fleeting reassurance. If we're caught, we stand together. Always together. Together. I remembered how we had laughed on the banks of the Seine, how we had forged promises as strong as iron, vowing never to let the darkness swallow us whole. But now, as the clock tower's hands ticked silently, I feared we were standing at the precipice of oblivion. And then, in that moment suspended between panic and resolve, I heard it, the faintest whisper, a ghostly echo from the past. The king's decision, it wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I could barely breathe. What had he seen to make him flee? Did he not understand the weight of his choice? Did he see us, the people, our hopes and dreams, or were we just shadows to him now? With a final glance at the shadows of Paris, I felt the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a desperate heartbeat that echoed mine. The king's decision had abandoned us, but we were still here, hearts racing, trapped between the unyielding grip of the past and the uncertain horizon ahead. Come on, Emil! Claire's voice was a lifeline, a beacon piercing the darkness. Before the shadows swallow us whole. And as we turned, the city's breath quickened behind us, a haunting reminder of the life we had known, now slipping between our fingers. Paris was unraveling, but in our hearts, the fight was just beginning. The cold wind screamed down the narrow alley, a knife slicing through the warmth of the evening. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart drumming like a frenzied bird trapped in a cage. The shadows danced around me, flickering like the dying embers of a once bright fire. I could hear the whispers, the echoes of the past reverberating through the cobblestones, the air thick with something unnameable, a warning or a promise. It made my skin crawl, a shiver racing up my spine. I remember the night he vanished. Paris on Mount Ida, a city of dreams wrapped in a shroud of mystery and darkness, held its breath as he slipped away. He was reckless, fearless, his laughter, a melody that could silence the storm. Pierre. I think of him now, standing on the precipice of that cliff, staring down at the abyss. It's beautiful, isn't it? He said. Life, death, just two sides of the same coin. I remember the way his eyes sparkled, how they reflected the glimmer of hope that had long since dimmed in my own. And then, in an instant, it shattered. One moment, we were invincible, the next, he was gone. The silence that followed was deafening, a heavy blanket of despair that wrapped around me like a noose. I remember clinging to the edge of that cliff, the stones biting into my palms, willing him to return. But Paris had consumed him whole, and I was left grappling with the shadows. The streets were alive, yet I felt like a ghost, wandering through the echoes of laughter, the remnants of joy. The cafes buzzed with life, but inside, I was a hollow shell. I met Delphine, her spirit as vibrant as the city around us, yet she wore her own scars like badges of honor. We're all haunted here, she said one evening, tipping her glass towards the moonlit sky. But it's the ghosts that remind us we're alive. Her eyes held a depth I didn't understand, a flicker of something broken yet fierce, an unyielding will to survive amidst the chaos. I remember how she would reach for my hand, her grip a lifeline when the shadows threatened to swallow me whole. You need to let him go, she whispered one night against the backdrop of a starless sky. But how? I could barely breathe as the weight of her words settled over me like a shroud. You can't hold on to the past without letting it burn you alive, she replied, the flicker of hope in her voice wavering like the flame of a dying candle. But how do you let go of someone who was the very anchor of your existence? I felt the pull of memories, Pierre's laughter, the way he danced through life without a care. But the city held its secrets close. Each corner turned unveiled another shadow, another reminder of what was lost. I wandered through the streets, haunted by his absence, searching for fragments of him in every face, every glance. The clock tower struck midnight, an ominous toll that sent chills racing through my veins. I could hear the distant echo of Pierre's voice, taunting me, you can't escape the past. But I had to try. I had to move past the lingering ghost of him, past the pain that clawed at my heart. I turned to Delphine, her laughter bubbling over like a glass of champagne, effervescent and intoxicating. Come, she said, pulling me towards the Seine. Let's drown our sorrows in the city's heartbeat. The river glimmered under the moonlight, a silver ribbon of promise and despair. I watched as Delphine tossed a stone into the water, watched it disappear beneath the surface, a ripple fading into the darkness. Each stone carries a memory, she said, her voice soft yet resonant. Let's release them, one by one. I hesitated, my heart racing against the weight of my grief. But with each toss, I felt a piece of him slip away, and yet, the void only deepened. And then, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure silhouetted against the light of the street lamps. I could have sworn it was Pierre, a fleeting mirage dancing on the edge of my vision. My heart leaped, only to plummet into despair when the shadow dissolved into the night. Are you all right? Delphine asked, concern etching her brow. It's just the shadows, I whispered, a tremor in my voice. Just the shadows. But they haunted me, lurking in every crevice, every alley, taunting me with memories I couldn't escape. I felt the weight of time pressing down, a relentless tide that threatened to drown me. And then, it happened, the confrontation I had been dreading, the moment I had been avoiding. Pierre's absence loomed larger than life, a spectre that demanded to be acknowledged, to be faced head-on. It was then that I realized the truth. I carried him with me, woven into the very fabric of my being. The laughter, the pain, the moments we shared, they were not burdens but rather threads binding me to the essence of life itself. I could feel Delphine's presence beside me, grounding me, reminding me that I was not alone. You are more than your memories, she whispered, her voice a balm against the storm raging within me. I remember the tears that fell, hot and relentless, carving paths down my cheeks. Each drop was a release, a small death that made space for something new, something vibrant to take root. The city pulsed around us, the heartbeat of Paris thrumming through my veins, a reminder that life continued, that even in the depths of despair, beauty could bloom. And as I stood at the edge of the Seine, the moonlight illuminating the path ahead, I felt the chains of the past begin to loosen their grip. The shadows still lingered, but they no longer held the power to consume me. I turned to Delphine, and in that moment, I understood. We are all haunted. We are all searching for our own light amidst the darkness. And perhaps, just perhaps, the ghosts we carry are not to be feared but embraced as part of our journey, fragile, raw, and fiercely beautiful. The night stretched before us, endless and inviting. I took a breath, feeling the cool air fill my lungs, and stepped forward into the unknown, into the heart of the city, into life itself. The air crackled with tension, sharp enough to slice through the silence like a knife. I stood, shivering beneath the weight of 1,000 eyes, each one a whisper of accusation, laughter, or fear. The banquet hall, opulent yet suffocating, glittered with gold and crimson, an intoxicating illusion that masked the poison brewing beneath. I could feel it in my bones, the tremor of something catastrophic, a storm ready to break. Paris. A name that hung in the air like the last notes of a haunting melody, sweet yet laced with foreboding. I remember the way he looked then, the tousled hair glinting like the sun against the backdrop of jealous deities. He was handsome, true, but his beauty felt like a trap, a spider's web waiting to ensnare all who dared to admire it. In that moment, he was no longer a shepherd, he was the harbinger of chaos. I remember the soft laughter, the clinking of goblets, the scent of roasted meats mingled with something darker, a rotting dread. 3 goddesses stood before him, each one a force of nature wrapped in silken dreams, their eyes smouldering with desire and ambition. Hera, with her regal poise, Athena, fierce and wise, and Aphrodite, as enchanting as a forgotten secret. They were rivals, yes, but more than that, they were the embodiment of desire's cruelest game. Hera's voice was a silken thread woven with authority. Choose wisely, Paris. Your judgment will bring fate's cruel embrace. Her words echoed, every syllable heavy with the weight of kings and kingdoms. I felt the chill of prophecy in her tone, a warning that buried itself deep in my heart. But then there was Athena, her gaze sharp as a blade. Choose me, and you shall have wisdom unmatched. A future where your name is remembered in the annals of time. She held out her hand, a glimmering promise of power, the kind that makes men tremble, the kind that grips you and never lets go. Yet, perhaps the most dangerous of all was Aphrodite, her laughter like honey dripped with poison. Choose me, and I will give you love, sweet as nectar, a happiness that transcends the realms. Her allure was intoxicating, a siren's call that pulled at my very soul. How could I resist? The heart is a foolish thing, swayed by the most ephemeral of promises. But in that moment, I felt torn, the raw edges of doubt and desire slicing through me like a frayed rope on the brink of snapping. This was more than a choice, it was a gamble with the very fabric of destiny. Each goddess presented a gift wrapped in shadows, the kind of gifts that come with a price. I remember the silence that fell over the crowd, a collective breath held as if the world had paused. I could feel the pulse of their collective anticipation, thick and electric. Would I choose power, wisdom, or love? Each option bore its own seductive weight, a tantalizing poison that could lead to glory or ruin. And then, like the snap of a twig beneath a predator's paw, the tension broke. I choose, my voice wavered, but the words spilled out, an irrevocable choice that would stain history. The moment hung suspended, time itself holding its breath. But even as I spoke, I could see the flicker of malice in their eyes, the consequences of my choice unfurling like the petals of a cursed flower. I hadn't just invited discord, I had beckoned chaos itself into the hearts of gods and mortals alike. A wave of conflict surged through the hall, the air thickening with the taste of betrayal. I could see Hera's face twist with fury, her beauty now a mask of wrath. Athena's jaw clenched, the fire of her ambition extinguished, replaced by cold resolve. And Aphrodite, my chosen one, smiled with a sweetness that felt like a knife plunged into my chest, an intoxicating sweetness that would haunt me forever. The banquet became a battlefield, the laughter now a cacophony of rage and despair. I felt the eyes of the crowd, the weight of their judgment pressing down. Shadows danced around me, whispers creeping into my mind, taunting me with visions of what could have been. I could almost hear the ticking clock of fate, the universe itself conspiring against my choices, echoing through the hall like a funeral dirge. And then it hit me, the realization that this was not just a choice about beauty, wisdom, or love. It was a choice about loyalty, friendship, and the fragile nature of trust. I remembered the laughter we once shared, how it felt to sit by the fire with friends, the warmth of camaraderie. Now, that laughter felt grotesque, a hollow mockery of what we'd built. Time spun out of control. I felt myself slipping, the ground beneath my feet crumbling into a chasm of uncertainty. I could almost hear the voices in my head, a haunting chorus pulling me into a whirlpool of regret. "What have you done?" they whispered, a relentless echo that chased me like the specter of fate. I remember the moment my heart shattered, the realization dawning that I had unleashed something far more powerful than I could ever comprehend. With every heartbeat, the tension crescendoed, a drumroll of impending disaster. The shadows around me thickened, a storm cloud gathering strength. As the last notes of laughter faded, the realization settled like ash on my tongue. I had chosen not just for myself, but for everyone who had ever believed in the purity of choice. I had opened the Pandora's box of envy and wrath, and now the gods would play their game, an ancient, cruel game where no one emerged unscathed. And just as the darkness began to close in, an unsettling calm washed over me. I stood there, engulfed by the chaos of my decision, heart racing, pulse pounding. The night stretched infinitely ahead, the cosmos itself watching with bated breath. What lay beyond this moment, I could not know, but the banquet hall stood witness to the birth of discord. Each heartbeat resonated in a chilling rhythm, the promise of what was to come lingering in the air like the ghost of a past life. I could feel the ground shifting, the world tilting on its axis. The storm was coming, and it would not be gentle. A chill raced down my spine as I stood at the edge of the grove where the gods gathered, their voices swirling like a tempest in the air. An uneasy tension crackled, thick enough to taste. Here, amidst the verdant chaos of Olympus, no one was innocent, and beauty was the cruelest weapon of all. I could feel it, the pulse of desire, envy, and ancient grudges hanging heavy, like a storm about to break. I remember the way the air shimmered with unspoken promises, the golden apple gleaming under a sun that seemed to mock the very idea of fairness. For the fairest, it declared, the inscription etched deep, a challenge that would ignite a war, a divine brawl fueled by insecurities and vanity. I felt my heart race as I glanced at the three goddesses, their eyes locked, each desperate to claim that apple, each driven by a need that went beyond mere vanity. Hera, queen of the gods, stood tall and regal, her beauty a tempest of power and resentment. I could see the way she clenched her fists, like a caged lioness, fierce and untamed. She was not just competing for the apple, she was fighting for respect, for acknowledgement in a world where she was often overshadowed. "I will not be disregarded," she whispered, her voice laced with a promise of vengeance. Her presence was a storm, one that could tear through anyone who dared to stand in her way. Then there was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, whose beauty was sharper than any blade. I could feel the weight of her intellect, a burden that separated her from the rest. She stood with her head held high, unwavering, yet her eyes held a flicker of doubt. Am I beautiful enough? She seemed to question, though her lips remained sealed. Wisdom was a double-edged sword, and in this contest, it felt like a cruel joke. I watched her, wishing I could tell her that her strength was unmatched, that her wisdom was her true beauty, but the shadows of self-doubt were thick around her. And then, there was Aphrodite. Oh, sweet, intoxicating Aphrodite, with laughter that could drown out the stars and a charm that could turn the coldest heart to molten warmth. But beneath that radiant exterior, a darkness pulsed, a loneliness that wrapped around her like an invisible cloak. What is beauty if it brings isolation? I could almost hear her thoughts swirling. She knew the price of allure, she knew that adoration could just as easily breed animosity. Her laughter rang hollow, echoing against the backdrop of a world where love and jealousy were twisted in a deadly embrace. "Choose, Paris," they hissed, their voices overlapping, weaving a spell that wrapped around me, pulling me into their world of shimmering chaos. I stood there, caught in the tide of their emotions, paralyzed by the weight of their expectations. Paris, the mortal who would become the architect of destruction, was standing amidst titans, and I felt the gravity of his choice pulling at my very core. Each goddess promised him something seductive, the kind of allure that tempted fate. Hera, power, thundered her voice, thick with authority. A kingdom, strength beyond measure. A promise, a threat, a temptation. I could see Paris's brow furrow, caught in the duality of ambition and fear. What would he sacrifice for power? Athena, wisdom, came the fluid whisper, like a night breeze tickling his senses. Victory in war, an unmatched intellect. Her offer shone with a brilliance, yet something in Paris's eyes reflected a hesitance, as if he felt the chains that came with such power. Wisdom could guide him, but at what cost? Aphrodite, her voice like honey, sweet and dangerous. Love, unending beauty, passion that burns hotter than the sun. The silence stretched, laden with the dream of romance, yet I felt the chill in the air deepen. Love had a way of twisting the heart, it could uplift or destroy. I remember the way Paris's heart beat beneath the skin, an erratic rhythm that echoed the storm brewing around him. He stood between them, a fragile thread in a tapestry woven with the darkest desires. With every flicker of indecision, I felt the weight of generations pressing down, the inevitability of fate creeping like shadows at dusk. Time fractured around us, seconds stretched into infinity. With every heartbeat, the tension built, a ticking clock, a reminder that choices could not be undone. I could almost see the stars shudder in the cosmic tapestry above, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for that fateful moment. The apple shone brighter now, as if it were a beacon, pulling at every longing within me. I felt the urge to scream, to urge Paris to see beyond what lay before him. But silence reigned, the kind that punctured the air with its weight. Each goddess had her own ghosts, her own burdens masked by beauty. I could feel their desperation, raw and aching, weaving through the grove like a haunting melody. And then, with the finality of a thunderclap, Paris made his choice. The gasp that escaped me felt like shattering glass, a sound that echoed through the hollow stillness. In that single, defiant moment, the world shifted. The apple rolled toward the chosen one, and I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. The fabric of fate unraveled, threads of history weaving into something dark and unrecognizable. I trembled, the weight of what was to come crashing down like a deluge. He chose beauty over wisdom, power over love, and the consequences would be catastrophic. The laughter of the goddesses turned to a cacophony of rage, and it struck me how fragile we all were, caught in the web of our desires, endlessly seeking validation in the eyes of others. As their voices echoed into the night, I felt the chill of the approaching storm. The war was coming, a tempest brewed from the seeds of jealousy and longing. I understood then, standing on the precipice of chaos, that beauty was not merely skin deep, it was a haunting melody, a dance with shadows that entwined themselves in the very essence of existence. I remember the weight of the apple, the choices made, the hearts laid bare. The stars themselves seemed to mourn, flickering with a sorrow older than time. The gods were watching, but it was the mortals who would pay the price. In that grove, at that moment, I felt the universe shift, a prelude to the storm that would forever change the course of fate. The golden apple rolled on, leaving a trail of glittering chaos in its wake, and I could only stand there, heart racing, breath caught, knowing that this was just the beginning of something far darker than beauty. The air crackled, electric with anticipation, as a flicker of uncertainty laced the twilight sky. A temple stood, ancient stones heavy with the weight of whispered secrets and shattered dreams. Shadows danced across the marble, twisting like the frayed edges of hearts torn apart. I felt it, the unmistakable scent of jealousy and ambition, swirling like dark clouds before a storm. It was not the first time fate would play its hand among the gods, but it felt different this time. This time, the stakes were higher, the wounds deeper. Hera, the queen, the one who wore her crown like a shroud, stood beneath the archway, eyes narrowed, fury simmering just below the surface. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the temple thudding wildly in time with her anger, pulsing with the intensity of 1,000 unshed tears. Her voice, when it came, was like cold steel, cutting through the charged air. You think your cleverness can outwit me, Athena? You think the whispers of the night will shield your treachery? Athena, the wise, the one draped in the armor of intellect, felt the weight of her mother's accusations like stones pressing down her shoulders. Her heart raced, caught between the suffocating embrace of guilt and the fierce resolve to stand her ground. I am no coward, Hera, she shot back, her voice steady, yet the tremor betrayed her. My light does not flicker in the presence of your shadow. I am not afraid of the truth. And then there was Aphrodite, the goddess of love, whose laughter could shatter walls but whose heart lay heavy with the burden of her own desires. She stood apart, her beauty like a candle flickering in a storm, and I could sense the tumult within her, a longing for peace, a yearning for love amidst the chaos. Can we not find a way, she whispered, her voice laced with hope yet edged in despair. Isn't there enough room for all of us? But the air thickened with tension, and I felt each heartbeat vibrate through my bones, echoing the struggle that resided in this sacred space. Hera's gaze was a tempest, storming through the fragments of Athena's carefully laid plans, memories of betrayal swirling in a violent dance. Enough of this charade. You play with fire, Athena, and soon it will consume you. Athena's resolve wavered, a flicker of doubt flashing across her face, but she stood firm, refusing to be a pawn in anyone's game. I do not play for the sake of winning, Hera. I act for the good of our people. Can't you see that? Their voices clashed like thunder, the very heavens trembling at their discord. I could feel the ground beneath me shuddering, as if the cosmos themselves held their breath, watching this divine confrontation unfold. And then, in a moment of agonizing clarity, I understood, their conflict was not merely between goddesses. It was a reflection of humanity, of longing, ambition, and the desperate grasp for love amidst the turmoil. Aphrodite's gaze shifted between her sisters, her heart caught in a vice of conflicting loyalties. I felt her pain, a heart torn between fierce love and the chilling realization that sometimes, love was not enough. I remember when we laughed together, she murmured, each word a thread pulling at the fabric of their shared past. When did we become strangers? But those memories were ghosts now, drifting along the edges of their present, unrecognizable and haunting. The moon hung low, casting silvery light upon the scene, illuminating their faces, Hera's rage, Athena's defiance, Aphrodite's sorrow. A tapestry of emotions woven intricately, yet fraying at the seams. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing until it felt like an eternity had passed within those moments. I could see it in Hera's eyes, the flickering doubt, the desperation for validation. You think your wisdom will shield you from the consequences, don't you? She spat, the words sharp as daggers. But wisdom cannot save you from the wrath of a wronged queen. I could feel Athena's heart racing, a drum of defiance against the onslaught. And what of your wrath, Hera? What does it bring but ruin? You would burn the world to cleanse your wounds. A pulse of silence enveloped the temple, heavy and thick, before Aphrodite interjected, her voice soft yet piercing. We are destined for greatness, yet we stand on the brink of destruction. Is this what we want? A battle that will tear us apart. Her question hung in the air like the last note of a haunting melody, reverberating through the hearts of all present. I felt the weight of that question settle upon me, pressing down like the sorrow of an unfulfilled promise. Aphrodite took a step forward, her voice trembling. I remember the joy we once shared, the laughter that echoed through these halls. Love, real love, does not break, it binds us together. Why can't we choose that? But the scars ran deep, and love, for all its power, was not enough to mend the fractures. Hera's eyes glinted with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling within. Anger, yes, but also fear, fear of being overshadowed, fear of losing those she loved to the very forces that should have united them. Athena, ever the tactician, saw the cracks forming in her mother's facade. Hera, we can navigate this. There are ways to reconcile our desires, our ambitions. We do not have to choose one against the other. The air crackled again, but this time with an unspoken understanding, a glimmer of hope amid the shadows, and I felt it, a shift, a heartbeat in the tumultuous chaos. The flicker of possibility, perhaps love could mend the rift, but only if they dared to embrace the vulnerability that came with it. But as the night deepened around them, the weight of old grievances loomed like specters. I could sense the inevitability, the cruel twist of fate that always seemed to linger just beyond reach. Would they find a way to stay united, or would the darkness swallow them whole? I held my breath, the world around me fading, the tension palpable as each goddess stood on the precipice of revelation or ruin. The cosmos watched, waiting for the choice that would seal their fates, and perhaps ours. Each pulse of the night felt like a countdown, drawing closer to the moment when the fragile threads of their sisterhood would either weave them together or pull them apart forever. The candle flickers, shadows waltzing on the walls like ghosts of forgotten lovers, echoing a promise that hangs heavy in the air. I stand in the stillness of my chamber, heart pounding, a whirlwind of dread settling over me like a shroud. The scent of roses clings to the room, suffocating and sweet, a cruel reminder that beauty can be a weapon. Outside, the world spins on, oblivious. Inside, time tangles, each second stretched taut, ready to snap. Alysia, whispers a voice, silk and smoke, seductive and dangerous. My pulse quickens, a drumbeat of fate echoing in my ears. It's her, the goddess of love, shrouded in an aura of brilliance and chaos. Her laughter like silver bells, both enchanting and sinister, wraps around me, tightening until I can barely breathe. I know what she wants. I know what she promises. But promises, I've learned, are often veils hiding treachery. I glance at Marcus, my heart betraying me with every erratic thump. He stands across the room, eyes dark as midnight, tension radiating from him like heat from a fire. His jaw is set, muscles coiled like springs ready to snap. I remember the first time we met, the way his smirk ignited warmth in my chest, how his laughter echoed through the halls like the sweetest melody. But now, his gaze is hardened, shadowed by doubt and desire. Don't be a fool, he warns, voice low, laced with a tension that vibrates through the air. She'll take everything, Alysia. Power comes at a price. And yet, the temptation swells within me, an intoxicating rush that pulls me closer to the edge. I remember the stories, the women who stood in the shadows, heartbroken and desperate, wielding beauty like a dagger. I could be one of them. I could have everything. But every dream comes with a nightmare. Aphrodite stands before me, iridescent and alive, her presence engulfing the room. She beckons, and the walls shudder with ancient magic. Do you desire? She asks, her words curling around me like tendrils of smoke. I feel the weight of her gaze, an abyss of longing and despair. Do you yearn for the power to make hearts ache or heal? I swallow hard. I yearn. The ache within me is a relentless tide, pulling me under, drowning me in a sea of impossibilities and shattered dreams. I want it all, the love, the glory, the ecstasy of choice. Marcus moves closer, urgency in his steps. Alysia, please, he pleads, eyes pleading, heart laid bare. You can't trust her. She's beautiful, yes, but her beauty is a snare. I can't lose you. I remember the warmth of his fingers brushing against my skin, the tenderness of stolen glances, wrapped in the twilight of secret dreams shared under star-studded skies. But beneath that warmth lies a chasm of fear, a dark space where love can turn to ash. Aphrodite laughs, a sound like crystal breaking. Fear is the cage that binds your heart, dear child. Power is liberation. It is love in its purest form. I want to believe her, I want to be free. Every heartbeat urges me forward, a siren's call luring me toward the precipice. But I can also hear Marcus's voice, a tether to reality, a reminder that love can be as cruel as it is kind. I remember, I whisper, the words barely escaping my lips. I remember when love was simple, an unblemished garden where dreams bloomed freely. The memory washes over me, vivid and raw. Laughter echoing on sunlit days, the scent of wildflowers weaving through the air, promises made beneath the sprawling oak. Aphrodite's eyes glimmer, a predator sizing up her prey. And what of those who hold the power of love in their hands? Do they not shape the world? The world can be a dark place, Marcus interjects, his voice sharp. Love can twist into something grotesque. Look at what it has done to us. The air thickens with tension. I stand between them, caught in a tempest, my heart torn asunder. Each word lingers, a thread weaving through my mind, pulling and tugging at my soul. Love is a battlefield, I murmur, feeling the weight of ancient wisdom in my bones. It can lift you high or shatter you into pieces. But would you not rather feel it all? Aphrodite presses, a smile like a rose blooming in a graveyard. To taste the ecstasy, to revel in the chaos? To wield love as a weapon? The room pulses with energy, a heartbeat of its own. I can feel the stirrings of power humming beneath my skin, electricity that promises a kind of freedom I've only dared to dream about. Yet, in the pit of my stomach, a fear unfurls, an ominous whisper that warns of the cost, the carnage that could ensue. I glance at Marcus, his eyes pleading for me to resist, to choose love over the intoxicating darkness. Alicia, he breathes, voice trembling. Don't let her pull you in. We can fight this. We can have our own love without her poison. But the lure is almost unbearable. The chance to be something more, to escape the mundane, to become a force of nature. I remember what it feels like to be alive, the rush of adrenaline mixed with fear, the sweetness of hope entwined with despair. It's the gamble of existence, the roll of the dice, the moment suspended in the fabric of time. In the end, I whisper, what is love if not a gamble? But with every heartbeat, the reality of our choices looms larger. In this room, amid flickering shadows and sweet floral scents, I stand at a crossroads. As the tension thickens, an unyielding silence envelops us, the air charged with unspoken words. The very essence of possibility crackles around me, whispering secrets of hope and heartbreak, of dreams and night terrors yet to unfold. Marcus takes a step toward me, his features fierce, a tempest of love and fear. Alicia, but the promise of power hangs in the balance, a tantalizing dance between desire and consequence, each second dragging us deeper into the abyss where shadows writhe and dreams shimmer like fading stars. And in that moment, I know, the choice is mine alone. A pulse flickers like a flame, ready to ignite a world of chaos or cradle the fragile remnants of love buried beneath the weight of longing. The echoes of our hearts collide, a symphony of fate as I stand at the edge, teetering between light and darkness, a breath away from the storm that promises everything and nothing. I can feel the world holding its breath, waiting. The city lay cloaked in the murk of twilight, shadows stretching like fingers across crumbling stones as the distant echoes of conflict thrummed through the air. I stood among the ruins, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the sky pressing down, a heavy, suffocating blanket of dread. The scent of smoke hung thick and sweet, mingling with the salt of the sea and the metallic tang of blood, a grotesque perfume that whispered of lives lost and loves abandoned. Paris. I always thought of him as a boy, a fragile thing, brimming with dreams too large for his small frame. He was the golden child, the one everyone adored, a face so radiant it could spark wars, and yet here he was, returning like a ghost to haunt his family. I could feel the tension crawling under my skin, the air thick with old wounds that never healed, and the city held its breath, poised on the edge of something terrible. I remember when he left. The day was clouded with whispered accusations and unvoiced fears, and I stood in the background, a mere spectator to his folly. His chosen her, they said, the Queen of Sparta. My heart broke for the family that had nurtured him, for Priam, whose love had given birth to such treachery. He'll come back, I thought. They always come back. But in what shape? In what anguish? And now, he was here. A figure emerged from the gloom, stumbling through the archway, his silhouette flickering like a candle caught in a draught. Paris. I could see the once vibrant eyes now dulled by shadows of regret, the fierce jaw softened by weariness. A profligate son, he returned not with trophies of conquest but with the scars of betrayal etched deep into his skin. The whispers grew louder, gossip swirling around him like vultures at a feast. What have you brought us, Paris? They hissed, their voices laced with malice. Another promise broken? Another heart shattered. He paused, a shudder racing through him as he took in the sight of his home, or what was left of it. The walls bore the marks of fire, the earth stained with memories of laughter now turned to screams, and I could almost hear the ghosts of his kin lamenting his choices. He stood there alone, yet surrounded by the echoes of his life. And then there was Hector. My heart ached for him, the noble brother with the weight of their father's expectations pressing down upon him like a boulder. I could see him, striding through the debris, a lion among sheep, every step heavy with purpose but shadowed by despair. "You brought this upon us, brother," he hissed, rage punctuating every word. "Do you even understand the cost?" Paris flinched, the words slicing through the air, a bitter wind that carried the scent of blood and betrayal. "I didn't choose this," he protested, his voice trembling like a kite caught in a storm. "I only wanted love. I thought. Hector spat out the word like poison. "What did you think would happen? Did you think the gods would smile upon your foolishness? Did you think love would protect you?" I could see the flicker of doubt in Paris's eyes, his dreams of grandeur collapsing around him like a house of cards. "I thought I could bring peace," he replied, but the words felt hollow, the air thick with the weight of his failures. A crowd gathered, their faces twisted with anger, mirroring the conflict raging inside him, inside us all. I remember their faces, familiar yet foreign, as if time had warped our memories, twisting joy into resentment. "Leave," they shouted, voices like thunder, a storm brewing in their hearts. "You are no son of Troy. You've brought only destruction." In that moment, I felt the cold grasp of despair. It clawed at my insides, a visceral reminder of the fragility of love and loyalty. Time seemed to fracture, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, the weight of history pressing down upon us. Paris, the once bright star, now a shadow of his former self, stood at the edge of the abyss, teetering between redemption and ruin. "Please," he murmured, desperation lacing his voice. "I can fix this. I can bring her back, bring our people back to life." Hector's eyes blazed with fury, the pain of a brother whose love had twisted into anguish. "You can't fix what you've broken. You can't turn back the clock, you can't rewrite the past." Behind them, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted like serpents, wrapping tighter around the hearts of those gathered. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and sorrow, a cacophony of emotion swirling like a tempest. And then I saw it, the moment of truth, crackling with energy, a tense silence enveloping us like a shroud. Paris opened his mouth, a confession teetering on the precipice of his lips, but the words were snatched away by the wind, leaving only the ghosts of what could have been. In that heartbeat, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing upon my soul, the realization that fate is an indifferent beast, chewing on the bones of our choices. This is the chaos of love, the absurdity of dreams. Paris, the prodigal son, not merely a man but a symbol of our deepest fears. "Forgive me," he pleaded, but the words hung in the air like a lost prayer, unanswered. And as the night wrapped around us, I understood that the confrontation was only beginning, a dark dance of regret and longing, each step a reminder of the fragility of our existence. The city was alive, a witness to our agony, a relentless tide of emotions crashing against the shores of our hearts. Time stretched, each second a lifetime, building to the inevitable clash that would reverberate through the ages. Paris was back, not as a hero, but as the embodiment of our failures, our desires, the tangled web we weave when we allow love to blind us. And I stood there, caught in the tempest of their conflict, feeling the pulse of 1,000 stories. This was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed carelessly across the darkened sky, its light casting ghostly shadows over the sprawling city of Sparta. In the quiet moments before fate would strike, there was a tension in the air, a crackling anticipation that felt like a tightrope stretched taut. A whisper of something sinister drifted through the streets, hinting at an impending storm. I remember standing there, breath shallow, heart racing, as if the cosmos itself held its breath in this fragile moment. Helen stood in her chamber, a vision of beauty and grace, yet even the gods envied her. She was the sun that made the stars fade in their brilliance, but with that radiance came shadows, dark and twisting. I watched her, a mixture of admiration and fear coursing through me. Why must beauty be a curse? I thought as I gazed upon her, a prisoner to her own allure, the very chains of desire binding her to a fate she could not foresee. Paris, the charming rogue, who wore his arrogance like a favorite cloak, had ridden through the night, his heart beating to the rhythm of ambition and longing. I could see it in his eyes, the fire of conquest mingled with a desperation that made him all the more dangerous. He entered the chamber like a tempest, and the air shifted, crackling with electricity. "Helen," he breathed, the name a vow, a promise, a poison. I remember the way her breath caught, the way doubt flickered across her face for just a heartbeat before it faded, replaced by something darker, more reckless. She was torn, caught between duty and desire, the weight of her choice pressing down like the iron of a blacksmith's hammer against soft clay. Paris had come to take her, to steal her away from the life she had known, a life bound by the honor of men, the expectations of a kingdom. And in that moment, the first threads of war were woven into the fabric of fate. The night outside was alive with whispers, the shadows of soldiers waiting, hearts pounding with anticipation, swords glimmering under the moonlight. Each footfall echoed a promise of bloodshed, an unyielding march toward chaos. I could feel their rage, their jealousy, warriors who had spent lifetimes in the shadow of her beauty, feeling the weight of her choice like a blade at their throats. I could almost see them, faces twisted in anguish, honor and love colliding in a brutal storm. "Come with me," Paris urged, his voice a low murmur, a siren's call painting visions of freedom. But freedom is a fickle mistress, and I could see the fear behind her facade, the way her fingers trembled as they grazed the fabric of her gown. "What if I choose wrong?" she whispered, the question hanging in the air, heavy and palpable. "Do you not feel the chains binding you?" he replied, and I could see her heart beating faster, drawn to the allure of recklessness. She was the flame, and he the moth, ready to plunge into the inferno of his desire. I remember the moment it happened, the instant the world shifted on its axis. Paris stepped closer, a predator closing in on its prey, and time stretched, blurring the edges of reality. Their eyes locked, and for an electrifying moment, the world outside ceased to exist. It was just the two of them, suspended in a dream that felt more real than life itself. Then, like the sudden clap of thunder, the door burst open. Men rushed in, faces twisted with fury and betrayal, and I felt the air shift, charged with violence. "What is this treachery?" a voice roared, and it was as if the heavens themselves had split open. The soldiers surged forward, driven by rage, heartache, and a desperate need to reclaim what was lost. In that chaotic moment, I saw Helen's eyes widen in horror, a realization dawning that she was not merely a pawn in a game, she was the prize. The soldiers surged, their presence an avalanche of wrath, and I could feel the desperation of the moment suffocating me. Paris grabbed her hand, and as they fled, I could sense the weight of every choice they had made, each decision a pebble cast into the still waters of existence, ripples of consequence spreading outward, threatening to drown everything in their path. "Run," he shouted, pulling her into the night, and I could feel the pulse of history quicken, the inevitability of war looming like a dark cloud on the horizon. The shadows danced around them, a swirling maelstrom of chaos and desire. Each step felt like a heartbeat, every breath like an echo of 1,000 lost dreams. Outside, the night erupted into a cacophony of shouts and clashing metal. The soldiers surged, a tide of anger threatening to engulf them. I could hear the cries of the Spartan warriors, their hearts pounding with the pain of betrayal, the agony of love turned sour. The moon bore witness, a silent sentinel to the chaos unfolding below, witnessing the birth of a conflict that would echo through the annals of time. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, they vanished into the darkness, two souls entwined in a desperate dance, leaving behind a storm of heartbreak and fury. I stood frozen, the world around me blurring, the weight of their choices pressing down on me like 1,000 stones. I remember the silence that followed, the eerie stillness, as if the universe paused to lament the choices made in the heat of passion. But the silence was deceptive, it crackled with the promise of bloodshed and betrayal. The rain would fall, washing away the remnants of this night, but history would cling to these moments like a shadow, haunting every heart that dared to love, every warrior that stood in the path of destiny's cruel hand. I remember the air thick with the scent of jasmine and sweat, the sound of clashing swords echoed through time, and I knew this was only the beginning. The spark had ignited, and like the wildfires that consume the forests, it would spread, consuming everything in its path. And as I turned toward the chaos, I felt the weight of that moment settle into my bones, a haunting reminder that desire, once awakened, can never be silenced. The air is thick, suffocating as if the very heavens conspire against the fragile peace of the night. A looming shadow flickers across the walls, the firelight wrestling with the encroaching dark. I remember the thunder, the way it rumbled like a warning deep in the pit of my stomach. I remember the weight of silence that followed, heavy and oppressive. It settled in the space between Menelaus and me, a chasm filled with words left unsaid, promises unfulfilled. Menelaus stands there, his face a mask of confusion and rage. His fists clench at his sides, white-knuckled, trembling as if they could contain the storm brewing inside of him. I see the glimmer in his eyes, a hint of vulnerability buried beneath the surface. He is a warrior, a king, yet in this moment, he feels so painfully human. I can almost hear his heart pounding, each beat a drum echoing the chaos of our lives. Why? He whispers, and the question hangs in the air like a spectre, haunting and relentless. I want to reach out, to bridge the distance, but my fingers curl into my palms, stifled by the weight of regret. I didn't ask for this, I finally say, my voice trembling. My throat constricts, a tight band of sorrow wrapped around my words. I remember the laughter, the love that once swirled between us like a sweet perfume. But now, that fragrance has turned acrid, bitter. I can't escape the memory of us dancing beneath the stars, two souls entwined in a world that felt infinite. But that world shattered, crumbled into dust the moment Paris cast his gaze upon me. Didn't ask for this. Menelaus's voice is a low growl, jagged edges cutting through the air. You think that makes it easier? You think that excuses you? He steps closer, each movement deliberate, as if he is weighing his every action against the spiraling emotions roiling between us. I see the betrayal etched across his brow, and my heart aches for the man he was before the gods intervened, a man I still love despite the churning turmoil. I remember the day I met Paris, that fateful encounter cloaked in whispers and silken shadows. How could I have known that one glance, one fleeting moment, would fracture the very foundation of my life? I was drawn to him like iron to a magnet, the pull undeniable, intoxicating. And now, in the aftermath, I am left to grapple with the chaos of my own heart. To love two men is a burden I never anticipated, each thread pulling me apart, unraveling the fabric of who I thought I was. Do you remember the city? I ask, my voice softening, the way the sun rises over the Aegean. The laughter of our people, the warmth of their smiles. The memories spill from my lips like an offering, a desperate attempt to tether us to a reality that feels like quicksand. It was ours, Menelaus. We were supposed to be happy. His eyes flicker, something shifting beneath the surface. And what of happiness now, Helen? What is left but ashes? The pain in his words cuts deeper than any blade, raw and seeping. He is right, we are standing amidst the ruins of our love, the echoes of our laughter replaced by the cries of the heartbroken. The night grows colder, an uninvited chill creeping beneath my skin. I think of the ghosts that haunt us, the shadows of our choices lurking in every corner. The memory of Paris lingers, a phantom that refuses to fade. I remember the way he looked at me, the fire in his gaze igniting a longing I had buried deep. But desire is a treacherous thing, a double-edged sword that slices through loyalty and love alike. Paris spoke of adventure. I murmur, my voice barely above a whisper, of a life beyond the walls of our kingdom. The words catch in my throat, choked by guilt and yearning. I thought I could find something new, something free. Menelaus's laugh is a bitter bark, a cracked mirror reflecting the pain we both feel. Freedom? Was it freedom when you left me? Or was it a prison of your making? Each syllable is a lash, striking deep into the remnants of my heart. I want to scream, to defend myself, but inside, I feel the truth piercing through. My choices have bound me tighter than any chains. Do you think I wanted this? I scream, the frustration and sorrow spilling over like a broken dam. I wanted to be loved, to be seen. I wanted to feel alive. The confession hangs in the air, a raw and bleeding wound laid bare. Alive? Menelaus's voice is low, softer now, a whisper of the man I once knew. And what about me? What about the man who devoted himself to you? Who stood by your side, who loved you despite the world? And there it is, the crux of our anguish, the heart of our shattered bond. I remember his fierce loyalty, the way he fought for our love against every adversary. each scar on his body a testament to the battles he faced, not just for his kingdom but for me. I remember, I say quietly, tears spilling down my cheeks. I remember it all. The room trembles with the weight of our shared history, the tapestry of love and pain woven tightly between us. I see the flicker of understanding in his eyes, the momentary truce of two broken souls trying to mend what has been torn apart. But the night continues to thicken around us, a storm preparing to crash. Outside, the wind howls like a wild beast, and I can almost hear the whispers of fate drawing nearer, the shadows of our past creeping into the light. Do we stand together, or do we fall apart? I ask, my voice quaking, a fragile thread of hope woven through my despair. Menelaus's eyes bore into mine, searching, questioning, seeking the truth hidden amidst the chaos. What will you choose, Helen? His question lingers, a haunting echo that refuses to fade, and as the tempest brews within and around us, I realize that our story is far from over. The weight of our choices hangs heavy, and with every passing moment, the chasm between us widens, threatening to swallow us whole. Time is slipping away, and I can feel the tremors of destiny approaching. The ghosts of our past rage against the night, and I stand on the precipice of an impossible choice. I wish for the stars to guide me, but they remain silent, their light dimmed by the shadows of what lies ahead. In this silence, I am left to wonder if love is enough to save us, or if it will only deepen the wounds we have wrought. And as I gaze into Menelaus's eyes, I realize the truth: we are both lost, both searching for redemption in a world that is crumbling around us. The storm is coming, and we are caught in its eye, trembling on the edge of everything we once knew. The sun slipped behind the jagged outline of the mountains, its last rays clinging to the earth like a child clings to their mother. Darkness crept in, dense and palpable, wrapping around the Greek encampment like a shroud. I could hear the tremor in the air, a palpable vibration that thrummed through the ground and into my bones. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting, anticipating. The scent of fear mingled with the smoke of the dying campfires, and I felt it seep into my skin, an unwelcome guest that settled deep within. I remember the faces. Oh, those faces. Lost, determined, and haunted. Each one a story, a heartbeat that pulsed with the weight of duty and dread. Like old parchment, they bore the scars of hope and despair, etched in lines that spoke of battles fought and futures uncertain. There was Leonidas, tall and unyielding, his eyes burning with a fire that belied the chill in the air. He stood at the center, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced across his weathered face, a king ready to lead, yet burdened by the knowledge that every choice could lead to ruin. And then there was Callista, her hands trembling as she wove a garland of wildflowers into a crown, the vibrant colors a stark contrast against the encroaching darkness. She was the heart of the camp, the lifeblood that flowed through the veins of men preparing for war. Her laughter, oh, it rang like bells, a melody that cut through the tension, now faltered, fading into an echo of worry. I could see it in her eyes, a tempest brewing beneath her brave facade. She longed for peace, yet the call of arms was a siren song that lured men to their doom. I remember the moment when everything changed. A runner burst into the clearing, breathless and wild-eyed. He shouted the news that would shatter our fragile hope. The Persians were marching, a tide of darkness threatening to swallow us whole. Silence fell, thick and suffocating, before the chaos erupted. Men roared like thunder, hearts racing with a mix of terror and exhilaration. It was a sound that would haunt my dreams, war drums beating in the distance, and the earth trembling beneath the weight of fate. Leonidas stepped forward, his voice cutting through the cacophony like a sword. Brothers! We stand on the precipice of history. This is our moment. Fight for your homes, for your families, and for the souls lost in the fields of battle past. His words ignited a spark in the air, a flicker of defiance that beckoned the warriors to rally around him. Yet, even as they cheered, I watched the shadows play across his features, an unspoken fear lurking behind every confident word. What if victory was an illusion, a fleeting dream that would evaporate before dawn? I remember Callista's gaze, searching for Leonidas through the throng of bodies. Her heart was a prisoner in her chest, each beat a plea for his safety. She knew the cost of war, the price of valor, and it frightened her. Yet, she stood firm, a pillar of unwavering strength, even as tears threatened to spill like rain from the storm clouds gathering overhead. "Promise me, Leonidas," she whispered, her voice low and urgent, "promise me you will return." He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, a moment suspended in time. "I will fight for you, for all of us. But I cannot guarantee life." The words hung between them, a fragile thread woven from truth and despair. It was a promise steeped in the bitter understanding that love was often entangled with loss. And then, as if summoned by the very breath of fate, a horn blared, a sound that echoed across the valley, ricocheting off the walls of our hearts. It was a war cry, announcing the arrival of our destiny. Each note sliced through the tension, sharp and unyielding, drawing us toward the inevitable clash that lay ahead. I remember the wind, carrying with it whispers from the past, ghosts of warriors long gone, their spirits entwined with ours, urging us to rise, to fight. The air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing within and without. Every heartbeat echoed, a drum of war that matched the rhythm of our collective fear, our collective hope. We were warriors, yes, but we were also sons, daughters, lovers, and dreamers, trapped in a moment where the weight of the world rested on our shoulders. As the camp descended into the chaos of preparation, I caught glimpses of men donning armor, their faces a patchwork of determination and dread. Some cracked jokes, laughter ringing hollow against the backdrop of uncertainty, the absurdity of their bravado both touching and tragic. They were brushing against the edge of eternity, unaware that for some, this night would be their last. I remember the stars, glimmering like the eyes of gods, indifferent to our plight. They watched as we gathered, a tapestry of lives intertwined, each thread woven with dreams and fears. Time seemed to stretch and warp, every second heavy with the weight of what was to come. The cosmos spun, and we were mere specks in the grand design, fighting for a fleeting moment of glory amidst the darkness. The fires crackled, sending sparks into the night, little souls soaring toward a heaven that felt so far away. We were together, and yet, in that gathering, every man stood alone, trapped within his own thoughts, haunted by the inevitability of fate. The shadows grew longer, and I felt a chill race down my spine, an omen whispering through the wind. I remember the moment of silence before the storm, when the air hung thick with anticipation, and the world seemed to hold its breath. This was it, the gathering of the Greek forces. A call to arms that echoed through the very fabric of our existence, binding us together in a tapestry of hope, despair, love, and loss. We were readying ourselves for battle, but in truth, we were preparing for something far greater than mere conflict. We were readying ourselves for the heart-wrenching fragility of life, the beautiful, brutal dance of courage against the dark embrace of fate. And as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the shadows of the night lingered, whispering secrets yet to unfold, a reminder that the story was far from over. In our hearts, the call to arms still echoed, a haunting melody we would carry into the fray, a testament to our humanity amidst the chaos, an indelible mark on the canvas of history. The sun hung low in the sky, blood-red and angry, casting long shadows that danced erratically across the cold earth. I stood among the warriors, their faces drawn tight, every muscle poised like a coiled spring. Fear coursed through us, a living, breathing thing, palpable as the scent of sharpened swords. The tension crackled, an electric charge that made the hairs on my arms stand on end, twisting my stomach into knots. The air was thick with unspoken words, each of us haunted by the weight of our choices, choices we couldn't escape, tribes bound by a promise woven in blood. I remember the first time I met Achilles, the golden boy, destined for greatness, wielding his sword with the grace of a dancer. But even he, with his shining armor and radiant smile, was not immune to doubt. In the flicker of a dying campfire, I saw his eyes flicker with something darker than the night. "What if," he whispered, his voice barely rising above the crackle of flames, "what if we're not strong enough?" The shadows around us shifted, as if echoing his fear. My heart pounded, the heaviness of our fate pressing down on us like a stone. And then there was Patroclus, Achilles' shadow, always lingering just a breath away. His laughter was light, but his eyes told another story. They were wells of sorrow, deep and endless. He turned to me, a half-smile that didn't reach his soul. "Isn't it funny," he said, almost wistfully. "We prepare for war, but it's the heart that bears the scars. I could hear the tremor in his voice, the tremor of a man who had seen too much, felt too deeply. He had a burden that no armor could protect against, a love that shimmered between them like a fragile thread, ready to snap. But the promise we made hung over us like a guillotine, the oath of Tyndareus binding us to a fate none of us could escape. United we stand, the ancient words echoed in my mind, their familiarity tasting bitter as bile. They would unite us against a common enemy, but at what cost? Would we find ourselves standing shoulder to shoulder, swords drawn, or would we become sacrifices on the altar of pride and passion? Look, someone shouted, breaking the suffocating silence. Our enemies approached, a tide of chaos and fury, dark figures against the crimson sky. I could see their eyes glinting like shards of glass, fierce and unyielding. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins, drowning out the fear threatening to swallow me whole. They were coming for us, and with each step, it felt as if the world cracked open beneath our feet. "Stand firm!" I yelled, drawing my sword, the cold metal biting into my palm. I wanted to be brave, to be the hero of this tale, but deep down, I trembled. Each warrior around me shared the same dread, but we had made promises, sworn oaths cloaked in the firelight. The weight of that promise was heavier than any sword. The clash of steel rang out as our two factions collided, an orchestra of agony and valor, a symphony of despair. I fought like a man possessed, my blade dancing through the chaos, but with every strike, I felt the frailty of my spirit. This was not the glorious battle of songs, it was raw and desperate, a savage ballet painted in blood. I caught a glimpse of Achilles, his golden hair shining like a beacon amidst the turmoil, striking down foes with a ferocity that sent chills down my spine. But there was something haunting about him, his eyes locked into a gaze that saw beyond the battlefield, beyond the flesh and blood. He fought for more than vengeance, he fought for a love that could not be spoken aloud, a bond that pulsed like a heartbeat in the midst of war. And Patroclus, oh, Patroclus! He fought with an intensity that shook the very ground beneath us, fierce and passionate, yet I could see that fire dimming. The shadows of despair loomed over him, each swing of his sword a plea for life, for love, for a tomorrow that felt increasingly out of reach. I reached out, desperate to close the distance, to shield him from the darkness creeping closer. But then, the moment hung in the air, thick as smoke. I saw the glint of a blade, not aimed at me but at him. Time slowed, each heartbeat echoing in my ears, the world narrowing to the single point of that one desperate, fatal moment. No! I screamed, but it was too late. The blade pierced his side, and everything shattered. The air grew heavy with a silence so profound it swallowed my scream whole. His eyes found mine, a mixture of disbelief and betrayal, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, crumbling into an abyss of despair. He fell, and with him, our hopes, our dreams, everything that had united us in this reckless endeavor. The oath we took, meant to bind us in brotherhood, now felt like chains around our hearts, suffocating and relentless. I stumbled, my sword clattering to the ground, hands trembling as I knelt beside him. The world spun, the blood pooling, redder than the sunset that had witnessed our folly. "I remember," he whispered, voice fading like the last rays of light. "I remember the stars." The night was creeping in, the shadows stretching longer, swallowing us whole. "You promised," his words trailed off, an echo of everything we had hoped to be, everything we had fought for. I grasped his hand, my heart shattering into a million pieces, each one a reflection of the love that was now lost to the void. As warriors fell around us, the battle raged on, but the war had already consumed us. I could hear the cries of anguish, the clash of desperation, but it all faded into a haze, a distant sound as I cradled Patroclus in my arms. The weight of the world pressed down on my chest, and all I could do was cling to his memory, knowing that in this chaotic tapestry of fate, the love that bound us would be forever entwined with the blood on our hands. And thus, as the night enveloped us, the warriors stood united not in strength, but in a shared agony. The oath of Tyndareus had forged us into something deeper, something darker. We fought for each other, for love, for loss, but in the end, we were left with the ghosts of our choices, haunting the echoes of a battle that had only just begun. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice through with a knife. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds rolling like angry waves over the restless sea, whispering secrets of fate and fear. I stood there, heart racing, as the scent of salt mixed with the metallic tang of blood. It was as if the very ground beneath my feet trembled, anticipating the chaos that would soon erupt. Odysseus, the man whose name was revered and dreaded in equal measure, was a shadow against the looming cliffs, his figure taut, every muscle coiled like a spring ready to snap. I remember the first time I had seen him, standing before the gathered warriors, his voice smooth as honey but sharp as a blade. He had promised glory, honor, the spoils of victory, but beneath the surface lay a cunning mind that turned even the simplest of plans into deadly traps. Today, however, he was a living embodiment of desperation, as the winds howled like the ghosts of fallen comrades, his eyes flickered with a fear I had never seen before. "Have you lost your nerve, Odysseus?" I dared to ask, my voice barely a whisper, as if raising it might summon the storm itself. I'd seen him face Cyclopes, trick the sirens, yet here he stood, a man caught in the web of his own making. His gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, the world around us fell away. I felt the weight of his thoughts pressing down like the ocean's depths, ambition, doubt, and a haunting fear of failure. "Never," he replied, but the quiver in his voice betrayed him. The truth hung between us, heavy and palpable. He was a strategist, a hero, but what was he without his wits? I could sense the shadows of his past whispering, ghosts of loyal friends lost to his cunning plans, and for a heartbeat, I feared he might shatter. Beside him, Penelope waited, my sister, the ever-loyal, ever-watchful wife left behind in a world that threatened to consume them both. I could see the glimmer of worry in her eyes, fear etched onto her face like lines of an ancient map. She was a fortress of resilience, but even stone can crack. "Odysseus," she said, her voice trembling, "you promised you would return." Each word was a stitch in the fabric of hope, and yet, how easily hope unravels. In that moment, I remembered her laughter, the soft, inviting sound that once filled our home. Now, it was drowned by the echoes of distant battles, the cries of men caught in a tide of blood. Memory surged like a wave, and I felt the pull of longing, a yearning for simpler days when love was not overshadowed by fear of loss. But this was no fairy tale, this was the battlefield, where cunning was often as precious as a sword. The clouds rumbled ominously overhead, a tempest brewing in the distance, and I could feel the tremors of anticipation in my bones. Odysseus shifted, his gaze moving from Penelope to the horizon, where an enemy fleet loomed like a swarm of angry hornets. "We have one chance," he murmured, more to himself than to us, his hands clenching as if to crush the very air around him. "I will not let them take what is ours." And then, as if the universe itself held its breath, he began to speak, to weave a new scheme, his mind racing, calculating, every word dripping with the weight of consequence. "We will use the shadows, the night. We will hide among the waves and strike when they least expect it." He spoke as though the very stars had aligned to grant him clarity, and I could feel the energy in the air shift, a crackling promise of vengeance and salvation. Yet, I saw Penelope's face. The light in her eyes dimmed, and I knew she felt the danger too. "Odysseus," she said again, this time firmer, "what if your cunning leads us to ruin?" The weight of her question hung heavy, like lead sinking into the ocean. Her heart, a beacon of love for the man who might gamble with their lives, was torn between faith and fear. "You don't understand," he shot back, the intensity rising, a pleading edge creeping into his voice. "This is the only way to survive." His words were like arrows, sharp and precise, but they pierced the air between us in a way that left us all breathless. I felt the echoes of desperation in him, the longing to protect, to win, and yet the knowledge that each move could spell doom. As the storm clouds gathered, I could see the flicker of a plan igniting in his mind, a cunning strategy that would either save them or drown them. "We will approach under the guise of night, using the shadows to mask our advance," he declared, the fire in his voice igniting a flicker of hope in my chest. Could he really pull this off? The thought struck me like lightning, both exhilarating and terrifying. But the reality loomed. Each heartbeat thudded like a war drum, the weight of decisions pressing down upon all of us. I felt the pulse of uncertainty in my veins, the chill of fate wrapping around my heart. It wasn't just Odysseus who bore the burden of this strategy, it was our entire future resting in the balance. The enemy fleet drew closer, a dark specter on the horizon. I could sense the tension, every breath, every glance exchanged between the three of us was heavy with the knowledge that choices made in these moments could echo through eternity. We were players in a game we had not chosen, yet each of us had a role, a part to play in the unfolding chaos. And as Odysseus began to lay out his plan, with the wind howling in a symphony of dread and hope, I could see the glimmer of determination in his eyes, a light that refused to be extinguished. It was a haunting beauty, a reminder that sometimes, in the depths of fear and despair, the most cunning of strategists could rise to meet the storm head-on. I remembered then the inevitability of time, a relentless clock ticking in the backdrop, counting down to a confrontation that would define us. And in that ticking, I felt it, a creeping realization that the battle was not just with enemies on the horizon but against the very threads of fate that bound us all together, a fragile web woven with dreams, sacrifices, and the raw, unyielding pulse of our humanity. The wind howled like a soul lost in the void, a harbinger of the storm that would soon engulf Troy. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, each surge a pulse, each retreat a gasp, echoing the frenetic heartbeat of a city teetering on the brink. I felt the ground shudder beneath my feet as the first ship broke through the horizon, a dark silhouette against the dying sun. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a grim harbinger of chaos, and in that moment, I knew everything was about to change. I remember the faces. Men with hopes etched in their weathered skin, eyes glinting with a mix of resolve and fear. There, among them, was Odysseus, the cunning warrior, grappling with shadows of doubt. His heart, a labyrinth, twisted at the thought of his son Telemachus. Did he even remember the sound of his father's voice? Just weeks ago, they had laughed together, sharing tales of valor, not knowing that this moment would be their defining rift. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that whispered secrets, reminding him of promises left unfulfilled. Then there was Achilles, a living legend, his very name a sharp dagger in the air. The weight of his glory hung heavy on his shoulders, and as he stood resolute, I could see the cracks in his facade. He was a god among men, a titan trapped in the cage of his own making. Behind those storm-blue eyes, I sensed the turmoil. Patroclus, his closest friend, a love so deep it carved canyons in his heart, what if he couldn't protect him? The fear gnawed at him like a ravenous beast, and he clenched his fists, knuckles white under the weight of unspoken words. Would glory still taste sweet if it meant losing everything that mattered? As the ships drew closer, the air thickened with anticipation, a palpable tension that hung like the blades of swords, ready to drop. I remember the sound, the creaking of wood, the rustle of sails, a symphony of war approaching. Each vessel bore the weight of destiny, their hulls laden with the hopes and fears of thousands. The Greeks were not just warriors, they were fathers, brothers, sons, each man a flickering candle in the overwhelming night of what was to come. Then, the first cries pierced the air, a cacophony of shouts and clash of metal, as the warriors stormed ashore, fueled by a fire that burned in their chests. Adrenaline surged through them. This was not merely a battle for honor, it was a reckoning against fate itself. I could feel the thrum of their hearts, the urgency in their steps, the echoes of their past ringing louder than the clash of swords. They charged forward, an unstoppable tide, but there was a flicker of doubt lingering in their eyes, a whisper of the ghosts they would leave behind. In the midst of the chaos, I saw Odysseus hesitate, his mind racing. Memories flooded him, stories of home, laughter shared over a meal, the scent of olive oil in the air. He fought against the overwhelming tide of emotion. Would this war be his legacy, or would it stain his soul with regret? The shadow of his past clawed at him, entwining with every step he took. He thought of Penelope, weaving her fate into the fabric of their love, her eyes searching the horizon for a glimpse of him. Would she be waiting still, or would the sands of time bury her hopes beneath a sea of betrayal? And Achilles, he surged forward, a beast unleashed. But each swing of his sword held the weight of his heart, every enemy he felt was a part of him he lost. The screams of the dying echoed in his ears, a haunting melody that wrapped around his soul, squeezing tighter with every victory. He fought not just for glory, but to silence the echoes of Patroclus's laughter, to drown the whispers that told him he was bound to fail. Would his name be remembered, or would it be forgotten like the dust swirling in the aftermath of battle? His heart beat a frantic rhythm, a dance with destiny, and as the first blood spilled over the sands, I could feel the tide of time shifting, pulling us deeper into the chaos. We stood there, on the precipice of despair and hope, breathless as the first clash of metal rang out, reverberating through the air like a bell tolling for the innocent. Fire and fury ignited the night as torches were lit, casting flickering shadows across the faces of men who had once laughed, loved, and lived. Now, they were transformed, the weight of their choices etching lines of sorrow into their brows. A deep, visceral dread gripped me as I watched a son clash against his father, a brother turn on his kin, all because of a woman, a promise, a war that felt so far beyond their control. I could feel the pull of fate, an invisible thread weaving through each moment, connecting their hearts in ways they could never foresee. The city of Troy loomed on the horizon, a fortress of stone and history, yet the walls too seemed to tremble in the face of the impending storm. The cries of the fallen began to mingle with the winds, swirling around us like tempests of memory, urging us to remember what was truly at stake. I could almost hear the distant echo of laughter, the remnants of a time before war, a time when humanity felt whole. And then, with a ferocity that rattled the very foundations of my soul, the siege began. The Greek ships surged forward, their oars cutting through the water like knives through flesh, and I could feel the chaos rising like smoke, thick, choking, inescapable. There was no turning back, no escape from the tides of fate that had drawn us all to this moment. In that instant, I understood the true cost of glory. As the battle cries rang out and the sun dipped below the horizon, the fight was not just against an enemy, but against the very essence of life itself. We were pawns in a game played by the gods, and with every heartbeat, with every breath, the weight of our choices breathed life into the shadows. And as the first arrow flew into the air, I felt the world come crashing down around us, an unstoppable force, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air was thick with anticipation, a taut wire vibrating right before the snap. Shadows danced against the flickering flames of torches lining the weathered stones of the city walls, the flickers of light revealing 1,000 faces etched in fear and resolve. I stood there, heart hammering, feeling the pulse of the crowd, a living, breathing entity that throbbed with hope and dread, all culminating at that moment when the first arrow flew. A whisper of movement, a shudder in the ground, the world holding its breath. Helena, my sister, held my arm tightly, her knuckles white, eyes wide, and rimmed with the deep despair of knowing what was to come. "They'll break through, they always do," she murmured, her voice a thin thread, fraying at the edges. I could feel her heartbeat against my skin, a frantic metronome ticking down the seconds to an inevitable chaos. I remember the last time we laughed, sprawled in the sun, fingers entwined like vines. How we'd joked about the absurdity of our lives, about love that smelled of sweat and stale bread. But now, the walls we had always believed would protect us stood as mere stones, trembling under the weight of history and the madness of men. Then came the first roar, a sound that shattered the air, splintering reality itself. The Greeks, a tide of steel and fury, surged forward like a storm, their cries echoing against the stone, a cacophony that swallowed our whispered prayers. I felt every guttural shout reverberate through my bones, every clash of metal against metal vibrating in my chest. And there was Marcus, standing by the gate, a soldier wrapped in the weight of duty and fear, his hands trembling against the hilt of his sword. I wanted to scream at him to run, to escape this madness, but duty held him captive, and perhaps, in the darkest corners of his heart, he welcomed the chaos. "We fight for our home," he shouted, though his voice cracked, betraying the doubt that gnawed at him. "We cannot let them take this from us." I remembered the day he kissed me beneath the blossoming magnolia, the sweet scent of spring mingling with his warmth. How fleeting those moments felt now, fleeting as the arrows that rained down around us, each one a promise of loss. The first breach was sudden, a splintering crash that echoed through the night like the final note of a requiem. The wall buckled as if breathing its last, and I could see the Greeks pouring through, shadows spilling into the heart of our world, turning daylight into night. "Hold the line!" Marcus shouted, but his voice was lost in the roar of chaos. I could hardly breathe, the world had become a whirlpool of bodies, desperation tearing at the fabric of our lives. I felt the weight of Helena beside me, her small figure trembling as she clutched my arm, our shared heartbeat faltering in the face of impending doom. Time twisted, folding into itself, and in those seconds, I saw memories unfurling like petals in a storm. The laughter of children in the marketplace, the gentle hum of our mother's lullabies, the soft warmth of a stolen kiss. I felt the ground slipping beneath me, the city, our lives, crumbling like old parchment in the grip of fate. With each thrust of steel and each cry of anguish, the air thickened with the stench of fear and sweat, of blood and despair. I watched as the wall that had stood for centuries buckled, the ancient stones trembling under the weight of despair. The Greeks surged through like a dark tide, their faces masks of rage and desperation, and I wondered if they knew that we, too, were fighting for our lives, our hopes entwined with the very fabric of the city itself. "Run!" I cried to Helena, but she stood rooted, fear and defiance battling in her eyes. "We cannot abandon them." But I saw the shadows closing in, and the heartbeat of the city quickening into a frantic drumroll of despair. We were not soldiers, we were children caught in a storm, and the world was collapsing around us. In that moment, Marcus turned, his expression a turbulent storm of determination and fear. "I will protect you," he bellowed, but I could see the cracks in his armor, the way his hands shook, the way his soul wrestled with the weight of responsibility. The first clash sent me reeling. I stumbled, the ground slick beneath my feet, and there was a moment, just a heartbeat, where everything stood still. The world held its breath, the chaos muted, and I looked into Marcus's eyes, reflecting the firelight and the horror beneath. "You're a fool," I thought, but I couldn't bring myself to voice it. Instead, I grasped for his hand, a lifeline in the darkness. And then the world erupted. They poured through the breach like shadows come to life, the air thick with the clang of metal, the cries of the dying mingling with the shouts of the living. Time stretched and warped, each second stretching into an eternity filled with screams, the scent of iron filling my lungs as I wove through the chaos. "Helena! Marcus!" I shouted, but the words felt heavy and distant, like echoes lost in the void. The walls crumbled, and the city we had loved, the city that had cradled our dreams, lay shattered before us. I saw Marcus fighting, his blade a silver flash against the darkness, but every swing felt desperate, every breath a battle against an unyielding tide. The Greeks surged forward, relentless, and I knew in my heart that we were losing not just ground, but something far more profound. "Hold on to me," I screamed, but I felt the distance between us growing, an abyss born from fear, despair, and the grim reality that our lives would soon be fractured, lost in the annals of history. The night felt endless, as if the universe had folded in upon itself, trapping us in this moment of violence and desperation. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, and in those terrifying breaths, I understood, we were all dead men and women walking. And as I turned back to the chaos, the wall behind us crumbled, the echoes of our laughter mixing with the wails of the dying. I could almost hear the past calling out, a ghostly whisper reminding me that we were nothing more than shadows, dancing on the precipice of oblivion. But even as the city burned, even as the darkness closed in, I held onto my sister's hand, gripping it as if it were a lifeline in a world gone mad. In that moment, amidst the chaos, one thing remained clear: this was just the beginning. The night was an unyielding blanket, smothering the cries of the world beneath its oppressive weight. The air crackled with tension, every breath a whisper of impending doom. I remember the moment. The moon hung like a ghostly eye above, pale and unfeeling, casting an eerie glow on the battlefield. Shadows danced across the blood-soaked ground, where the echoes of clashing swords and anguished cries were mere memories now, fading like the last light of day. Hector, Prince of Troy, stood at the edge of despair, a warrior cloaked in resolve and fear. The weight of a city's hopes rested upon his shoulders, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives that hung by a thread. I could see it in his eyes, flames of fury mixed with the icy grip of dread. The walls of Troy loomed behind him, a fortress crumbling under the weight of its own salvation, and there he was, a living paradox. The protector, the warrior, the man torn by love and duty. "Tomorrow," he murmured, his voice a fragile thread against the howling winds. "Tomorrow, I will face Achilles." The name hung in the air, a curse that echoed with the promise of violence and blood. A shiver raced down my spine. The stories they told, Achilles, the invincible warrior, a storm of rage dressed in armor. Hector, the brave, the noble, yet deep down, he was terrified. Would he come back? Would he see his wife, Andromache, again? Would he hold his son, Astyanax, in his arms one last time? Andromache waited, her heart a trembling thing, every tick of the clock a reminder of the fragility of life. She was the breath of his soul, yet here she was, wrapped in the shadows of despair, the night pressing against her like a storm. I remember her pleading eyes, so full of love but laced with fear. "Hector, don't go," she begged, her voice breaking, a haunting melody that echoed through the halls of their home. "Stay with us. Please." The words were arrows aimed at his heart, and for a moment, he faltered. What is a warrior when faced with the choice of love and battle? The conflict twisted like a serpent in Hector's mind. Every fiber of his being screamed to protect her, to shield his family from the horrors of war, yet duty bound him to the fight. "I have to defend my city." "Our city," he replied, each word a dagger that pierced both their hearts. "If I don't do this, what will become of us?" With every heartbeat, I felt the pulse of the moment, a storm brewing, dark and unrelenting. Time stretched, a taut bowstring ready to snap. The night breathed around them, heavy with unshed tears and unspoken fears. Hector's gaze flickered toward the horizon, where the dim outlines of enemy encampments lay like shadows of doom. He was the shield of Troy, yet he was also its most vulnerable point. I remember the way he held her gaze, a dance of longing and despair. "I will return," he promised, the words tumbling from his lips with the fervor of a prayer. But what is a promise in the face of fate? The shadows whispered secrets, and the winds carried the cries of the fallen. "Tomorrow," they mocked, "tomorrow will decide your fate." The clash of steel rang in the distance, a terrible symphony heralding the approach of doom. Hector's heart clenched. He fought against the tides of destiny, the weight of his lineage pressing down like an iron shroud. "I remember," he whispered to himself, memories flooding his mind, childhood laughter, the taste of sweet figs, the warmth of Andromache's embrace. In this moment, he was not just a warrior, he was a man caught in the web of life, love, and inevitable loss. Andromache's tears fell like rain on parched earth, each drop a prayer, a plea for mercy. "What if you don't come back?" she whispered, fear pooling in her voice. "What will happen to our son?" In her eyes, he saw the future, a future darkened by the threat of war, a shadow that loomed larger with every passing moment. "Then I will fight for his future," Hector replied, his voice steady yet filled with sorrow. But deep within, uncertainty gnawed at him. The weight of his promise hung heavy, as if the very fabric of the universe had woven their destinies together in a cruel twist. He stepped back, breaking the spell, the gravity of reality crashing down. I remember the moment he turned, the flicker of resolve battling against the tide of fear. Behind him, the walls of Troy swayed, breathing life into the night, but they felt more like a tomb than a sanctuary. Shadows danced, mocking the sacred space they had built together. With every stride he took toward the battlefield, each step felt like a farewell. The clang of weapons resonated, a grotesque lullaby urging him forward. The cries of warriors blended into a cacophony, a terrifying prelude to the violence that awaited. The night was alive with the ghosts of those who had fought before, their whispers wrapping around him like a shroud. In that moment, I felt the universe holding its breath, the weight of history suspended in the air. Hector, prince, warrior, husband, was stepping into the abyss, his heart a battleground of fear and determination. He was the embodiment of every man torn between love and loyalty, a symbol of the fragility of existence. And as he faced the unknown, a haunting thought lingered in the air. What if tomorrow wasn't just another day? What if it held the key to everything? Hector stepped into the darkness, the moonlight illuminating the path ahead. It was a path lined with shadows and uncertainty, a reminder that every heartbeat could be his last. But still, he marched on, as the city of Troy held its breath, suspended in a moment between hope and despair. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension that hung like the thick fog over the cobblestone streets of Aldridge. I stood there, heart pounding, the echoes of whispered prayers swirling around me like the tendrils of smoke rising from a distant pyre. The sky, a bruised canvas of purples and greys, seemed to shudder as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. In that moment, everything felt fragile, like the world had paused, teetering on the brink of something unfathomable. Ilara, her eyes wide with a terror that pierced through my own, clutched a fraying amulet, her lifeline in a storm of chaos. "They're coming for us, aren't they?" she whispered, each word a shuddering plea. A tear slid down her cheek, glimmering under the fading light. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but the weight of my own dread felt like a boulder lodged deep in my throat. The ground beneath us trembled. I remember the old tales, the ones whispered in hushed tones by firelight, about gods who intervened in the affairs of mortals. But the stories never prepared me for this, never warned me that divine influence could feel so brutal, so twisted. I could almost taste the bitterness of fate, the iron tang of blood mixed with the sweetness of hope, rotting in the air. I glanced toward the horizon, where dark silhouettes danced against the fading sun, shadows of the creatures that had poured forth from the depths of nightmares. They were the harbingers of despair, the ones sent by the very gods we had angered. I thought of my brother, Thomas, lost in the wilds, a memory etched in my heart like a scar. His laughter had once filled the air, bright as the stars that now flickered above, and I could hear a ghost of it, a haunting echo that urged me to fight against the encroaching darkness. "Stay close," I murmured, forcing my voice steady, even as dread pooled in my stomach. Elara nodded, her fragile strength igniting a flicker of resolve within me. But I could see the tremor in her hands, the tremor in my own. We were both terrified children, thrust into a storm, desperately seeking shelter. Then, a low rumble, a sound not of nature, but of something far more sinister. The ground split, and the air thickened with the stench of sulfur. I remembered the old stories again, the ones that spoke of sacrifices and wrath, of gods who demanded more than mere devotion. The sky cracked like a fragile egg, spilling forth a cascade of dark energy that clawed at the edges of our reality. And there, in the shadow of the rift, stood the figure, tall, cloaked in night. Their form shimmered, shifting like a mirage, both beautiful and terrifying. A goddess of vengeance or perhaps despair, it was impossible to tell. She pointed a finger toward us, and a chill shot through my bones, freezing my heart in place. I could see Elara's breath, a quicksilver cloud in the frigid air. "What does she want?" she gasped, each syllable laced with fear. Before I could answer, the ground beneath us exploded, sending us tumbling into darkness. I tasted dirt and blood, felt the weight of stones crushing my ribs. I gasped for air, my mind racing with thoughts of Thomas and the weight of his absence. "Get up!" Elara's voice sliced through the haze, fierce and raw. As I struggled to rise, her hand gripped mine, fierce and unyielding. "We can't let them win. They want to take everything from us." Her words ignited something deep within, a flicker of defiance. I remembered our shared laughter, the night spent dreaming of a world unshackled from the chains of fear. Memories crashed over me like waves, relentless and unyielding. I would fight for that future, for her, for Thomas. We stumbled through the shadows, dodging the tendrils of dark energy that twisted like serpents. I felt the pull of something larger than myself, a force that both terrified and exhilarated. I knew we were not just fighting for survival, we were battling against the very essence of despair that sought to consume our souls. "Do you think the gods are watching?" I shouted over the din, my voice cracking under the strain. "Do you think they care?" Elara's grip tightened, her eyes fierce, fierce enough to light a fire in the cold, dark night. "They have to care. We are here. We exist. We are worth their attention." Her words thrummed through me, a lifeline in the chaos, reminding me that we were not alone. In that heartbeat of despair, an unexpected surge of warmth enveloped us. The air shimmered, and for a fleeting second, I thought I saw the faces of those we had lost, Thomas, our mother, the laughter of friends long gone. The memories surged like a tide, cascading over me, filling the hollow spaces with love and strength. And then the goddess stepped forward, eyes ablaze, an ancient fury coiling around her like a tempest. "You dare defy the will of the divine?" Her voice echoed, a symphony of thunder and whisper. "Yes!" I shouted, feeling emboldened by the weight of my memories, my heart pounding like a war drum. "We dare! We are not pawns in your game." Elara's voice joined mine, a chorus of resistance. "We refuse to be your sacrifices. We are alive. We are worthy." The ground quaked beneath us, and for a moment, I felt the weight of our defiance echo through the cosmos, rippling like a stone cast into still waters. And just as quickly as it began, the silence returned, hanging heavy in the air, an eerie stillness that was suffocating and electric. The goddess's gaze shifted, a flicker of uncertainty marring her fierce visage. For an instant, I believed we had carved a crack in her resolve. But before I could grasp that thought, shadows swirled, thick and consuming, wrapping around us like a shroud. The confrontation loomed, a celestial battle that echoed through the fabric of existence. I could feel the heartbeat of the universe, the dreams of countless souls surging forward, desperate to break free from the chains of despair. In that moment, as the weight of the unknown pressed upon us, I understood I was not just fighting for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. Time twisted and bent around us, and I knew we stood on the brink of something monumental. The gods were watching, their influences woven into the very fabric of our beings. And though fear gripped my heart, I wouldn't allow it to shatter us. Elara and I, bound by emotion and determination, stepped forward into the darkness, ready to confront whatever awaited us. The air crackled with electricity, a promise of storms to come. The moon hung high, a sliver of silver in an ink-black sky, casting a cold glow across the cobblestone courtyard. The air was thick, heavy with the tension of unspoken words and the bitter taste of bloodlust. There, on the edge of the shadows, stood Aeneas, his heart hammering like a war drum in his chest. He could almost hear the whispers of history echoing around him, the ghosts of those who had fought and fallen for honor, their breathless pleas lingering, asking him to remember. The clang of swords rang through the silence, sharp and clear. He felt the weight of his blade in his hand, a promise and a curse all at once. Aeneas was no stranger to the bitter edge of fate, but tonight, it was not just his own life at stake. It was Amelia's, the woman whose laughter haunted him like a sweet siren call, who had watched the sun dip below the horizon with him and danced through fields of wildflowers, her eyes alive with dreams. But those dreams had been snatched away, twisted into nightmares. Tonight, he would fight not for glory or revenge but for her honor, a fragile thing easily shattered, like glass beneath a careless foot. He remembered the last time he'd seen her, how the light had dimmed in her eyes when the rumors began to spread. Whispers of betrayal, of dishonor. Nothing could be further from the truth, yet that truth felt like an anchor, dragging him deeper into despair. "I will protect you," he had promised, his voice trembling with conviction, but now, as he waited for the dawn of reckoning, the weight of that promise felt almost unbearable. Across the courtyard, his opponent awaited him, a man shrouded not only in armor but in questions. Was he merely a pawn, or did he hold the strings of fate? Marcus, once a friend, now a specter of betrayal, stood with his own demons. Rage and jealousy had twisted their brotherhood into something grotesque. Marcus's eyes burned like two embers of a dying fire, ready to ignite a conflict that had no real victor, only casualties. "Are you ready?" Marcus's voice cut through the night, smooth like silk yet edged with steel. He was a mirror of Aeneas, each flaw emphasized, and yet, somewhere in that reflection, a familiar warmth lingered, a bond that had now turned to ash. "This isn't just about Amelia, you know. It's about us." Aeneas clenched his jaw, feeling the blood rush to his ears. "You could have spoken. Instead, you chose blades." The words fell from his lips like stones, heavy and unyielding. Each syllable was a reminder of every unheeded warning, every moment they had let pride dictate their choices. But in the stillness that followed, as the moon lingered above them, the world held its breath. They both felt it, the weight of history, the burden of years spent in laughter and camaraderie swiftly collapsing under the weight of a single choice. It was a duel that would not just carve through flesh but etch its mark deep into their souls. The first clash of steel rang out, echoing like a thunderclap in the night air. Sparks flew, illuminating their faces in a brief, blinding flash. Time slowed, the universe folding in on itself as the two men danced, a deadly waltz fraught with memories and regrets. They fought not just with swords but with the ghosts of their shared past, the laughter, the secrets, the brotherhood that had twisted into rivalry. The clash echoed the rhythm of their hearts, a bitter symphony building towards a crescendo. Every strike was infused with raw emotion, each parry a desperate grasp at fading honor. Aeneas could feel the heat of battle coursing through him, igniting old wounds, memories flooding back in a torrent. He remembered the summer days spent mapping the stars, dreaming of a life unburdened. The laughter that once felt so innocent now hung heavy like an iron shroud. Amelia, he breathed between thrusts, her name a haunting echo that propelled him forward. He fought for her honor, yes, but more than that, he fought for redemption. He could see her face in each swing, the way her lips curled into a smile, lighting up even the darkest corners of his soul. On the other side, Marcus mirrored that desperation. Each swing of his sword was not just an affront to Elias but a plea for understanding, for acknowledgement of a friendship that had been lost in the shadows of mistrust. "You don't see it, do you?" he shouted, frustration lacing his words. "It was never just about her. It was about us, about loyalty." They were both trapped in a cycle of pain, engulfed in a storm of emotions that rattled the very foundations of their beings. With each strike, each moment of collision, there was a flicker of what once was a bond forged in the fires of youth, now reduced to embers. A blow landed, a sharp gasp filled the air, and Elias felt the sharp bite of steel against flesh. The world swirled, colors blurring as pain sank in, but there was no time to dwell. Honor was not just at stake, it was bleeding out, dripping onto the cobblestones, pouring into the very earth that had witnessed 1,000 such battles, the blood of the past mingling with the present. With a final surge of strength, fueled by desperation and a wild longing to protect what little honor remained, Elias pushed forward, his sword singing through the air. The moment hung, suspended in time, as if the universe itself paused to witness the raw intensity of their struggle. He remembered the stars, the way they had once guided him. He remembered Amelia's laughter, a haunting melody that called to him like a siren in the night. And in that instant, he realized it was not just a fight for honor, but a fight for understanding, for reconciliation with a past that threatened to consume them both. And then, in a breathless moment, everything shifted. The night held its breath, time hung suspended, and the world around them fell silent. The echoes of their conflict would resonate long after the clash of steel faded, leaving only the heavy weight of choices made and futures unwritten, a promise of dawn tinged with uncertainty. Every heartbeat, a whisper of what was lost. Every breath, a reminder of what could have been. In that courtyard, surrounded by shadows and echoes, the fight for honor raged on, raw, unrelenting, and impossibly alive. The battle was far from over, the story was only just beginning. The air was thick with smoke and sorrow, a choking fog that seemed to hang over Troy like a curse. Helen stood on the brink of the battlements, her heart pounding in sync with the distant clamor of war. The clash of swords, the cries of men, a cacophony that echoed the chaos within her, a storm brewing beneath the surface. She could feel their eyes on her, the soldiers, the citizens, their whispers curling around her like tendrils of smoke. "Betrayer," they said, "enchantress." Her beauty was a blade and a burden, cutting through the fabric of lives and dreams, a siren song that lured men to their doom. I remember the laughter, she thought, the memories as vivid as the blood staining the soil below. Laughter beneath the golden sun, carefree days, the warmth of an embrace that felt like home. But that was before the world crumbled beneath her feet, before love turned into a weapon wielded against them all. Andromache knelt in the shadow of a crumbling wall, cradling her child against her breast, a small, fragile thing that seemed to embody all the hope remaining in a dying world. "Will you remember me?" she whispered to the babe, her voice quaking. Fear clawed at her throat, sharp and relentless. Each day felt like a countdown to annihilation, a grim clock ticking away her peace. She could hear the howling of the wind outside, reminiscent of the wails of mothers separated from their children, and she thought of Hector, her beloved, lost in the chaos. I remember, she forced the words through clenched teeth, willing herself to stay rooted in this moment, to not let the tides of despair pull her under. Cassandra watched from the shadows, her heart a fragile glass, shattering with every prophecy she uttered. The visions came in waves, crashing against her sanity. She could see the flames, the destruction, the end of everything. "None will heed me," she murmured, tears staining her cheeks, a bittersweet reminder of her cursed gift. She was a ghost in her own life, whispering truths to deaf ears, her heart heavy with the weight of knowledge no one wanted. "I remember the faces," she said, choking on the memories, each one a plea, a warning lost in the shadows. "But they turn away." The war drums roared, and her body trembled, a raw nerve exposed, thrumming with anticipation of the inevitable. Each thud resonated like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was running out. Andromache tightened her grip on her child, the world narrowing to this singular moment, the innocence of a babe against the backdrop of a city on fire. "I will protect you," she vowed, though she felt the ground shift beneath her, a prelude to the tremors of despair that would swallow them whole. Helen turned from the battlements, her heart heavy with the choices she had made, the road she had walked. She could still taste the salt of tears and the bitterness of betrayal, a cocktail of emotions that churned in her gut. "What do I fight for?" she asked herself, her voice barely a whisper against the roar of battle. "What is left when the dust settles?" She saw the faces of men, once proud and brave, now twisted with rage and grief, and she felt a surge of guilt wash over her. She was the center of their chaos, the spark that ignited the fire. Then there was Andromache, a fierce love igniting her spirit, a lioness defending her cub. "I will not let the darkness take you," she vowed to her child, her voice a fierce whisper. The walls of Troy loomed around her, a silent witness to her agony, her defiance. With every heartbeat, she felt the weight of the world pressing down, but she would not bend, would not break. And in the shadows, Cassandra screamed silent prophesies, words lost to the winds of war. Fools, she thought, bitterness staining her heart. They will not listen. She watched the battles unfold, men charging into the fray, oblivious to the threads of fate unraveling around them. "I see the end," she whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of truth. "But they will not heed me." Each vision was a dagger, each glance a reminder of her solitude. In that moment, their lives collided, three women bound by love, loss, and unyielding strength. Helen, the beautiful betrayer, caught in a web of desire and destruction. Andromache, the fierce protector, willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of hope. Cassandra, the cursed seer, trapped in a world that mocked her truths. The war raged on, a relentless tide threatening to wash away everything they held dear. As the sounds of battle grew louder, the cries of the fallen echoing in the air, the world around them blurred. They were not just women, they were warriors in their own right, navigating a landscape littered with ghosts of choices made and futures lost. "I remember the dreams," Helen thought, the kind that lingered long after waking, filled with promises of peace and love. But dreams are fickle things, easily shattered. And Andromache, her heart a fortress, fought against the encroaching darkness with every ounce of her being. "I will guard this life, this love," she whispered fiercely, her voice mingling with the cries of the dying. Cassandra felt the visions crash over her like waves, visions of despair and hope intertwining. "It is not the end," she cried, though no one listened. "It is only the beginning." As the battle raged on, they stood poised on the edge, three women caught in an unforgiving storm, teetering between love and loss, trapped in a moment that would define them forever. "I remember," they echoed in unison, their voices rising above the chaos, a haunting refrain that lingered in the air like smoke. And in that echo lay the heart of their struggle, the essence of their existence, woven together by threads of fate, unbreakable even in the face of impending doom. Time blurred, moments stretched like shadows against the setting sun, and as the weight of their choices pressed down, they each prepared for the confrontation that awaited. The clash of destinies loomed ahead, a dark promise of what was to come, and in that uncertainty, they found their resolve. This was not just a story of betrayal or prophecy, but a declaration of strength, an ode to women who stood against the tide, whose hearts beat with fierce defiance. In the ruins of Troy, they would not be forgotten, they would rise, even from ashes, fierce and unyielding, threading their tales into the fabric of history. The battle had begun, but their fight was eternal. A single arrow shot across the sky, trailing smoke like a dying star, and in its wake, silence settled over the city. It wasn't the calm before a storm, it was the stillness of a graveyard, thick with the scent of decay and loss. The streets of Thebes lay twisted and broken beneath the weight of despair, and I, Lysandra, stood in the center of that chaos, a heartbeat away from madness. My fingers trembled, stained with the blood of memories, visions that danced like shadows in my mind. I could still hear the laughter of children long gone, their vibrant dreams snuffed out like candle flames in the fierce winds of fate. Apollo's wrath had come, and it was beautiful in its horror. The sun glinted off the arrows of sickness, and the cries of the afflicted echoed like a symphony of grief, reverberating through the cobblestone streets. I had never seen death writhe so desperately, never felt its icy grip choke the life from those I loved. It was a plaguescape, a landscape of the damned. Each face I passed was a canvas of anguish, their eyes wide and glassy, reflecting a world on the brink of obliteration. But in the distance, I caught sight of him, Damon. My brother, my anchor in a sea of despair. He knelt beside our mother's bed, her breath a raspy whisper, caught between the realms of the living and the dead. I rushed to him, heart pounding, dread pooling in my stomach like the dark waters of a deep well. "Lysandra, it's too late," Damon said, his voice crushed beneath the weight of sorrow. "She's slipping away." I dropped to my knees, desperation clawing at my throat. "No, she can't. She can't leave us. Not like this." A tangle of emotion surged through me, anger, grief, fury. I wanted to scream at the gods above, to shake my fists at Apollo as if that would change the course of fate. But all that emerged was a choked sob, raw and agonizing. With trembling hands, I brushed my mother's hair back, the strands cold and lifeless. "Remember when we used to dance in the moonlight?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. "You taught us to dream, to feel the beauty in the world. Don't let it end here. Please." Her eyes flickered open, and in that moment, time became elastic, stretching and contracting as if the universe itself mourned. "Lysandra," she breathed, the sound a fragile echo. "The stars, they sing for you. You must find your path." I nodded, though every fiber of my being screamed for her to stay, to fight against the dark tide that threatened to consume us all. And then she was gone, slipping into the shadows, leaving only a haunting memory of her love, her laughter, a ghost that would forever haunt the hollowed halls of my heart. Damon's grief was a tempest, an ocean of despair that threatened to drown us both. "What do we do now?" he asked, his voice cracking like ice underfoot. "How do we face this? The plague, it's everywhere." As he spoke, the air grew thick with the scent of death, pressing down on us like a shroud. I wanted to say something reassuring, something that could breathe life back into our broken world, but the truth gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. There was no solace, only the sharp edge of reality. "Fight," I finally whispered, the word a shard of glass against my tongue. "We fight. We find a way to turn this back. We must stop Apollo's fury." And just as I spoke those words, the sky trembled, an angry growl rumbling through the heavens. I felt it in my bones, that ancient dread rising like bile. A pulse of energy crackled through the air, a herald of doom. In that fleeting moment, I remembered the stories, myths of gods who played with the lives of mortals like puppets on strings. I recalled the tales of heroes, men and women who dared to confront the divine. The echoes of their struggles whispered to me, urging me to rise, to challenge the very essence of fate. As I grasped Damon's hand, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, fragile yet fierce. "We find the oracle," I declared, my voice steady despite the storm raging within. "There has to be a way. We must seek the truth." But even as I spoke, doubt wormed its way into my heart. The oracle was a fickle creature, her words a labyrinth of riddles, and what if Apollo's plague was a punishment we could not escape? What if we were destined to drown in this sea of shadows? "Lysandra," Damon said, his eyes darkened by despair, "what if we fail?" "Then we fail together," I replied, my resolve hardening like steel. But we will not go quietly into the night. The moment hung between us, a fragile thread stretched taut. Outside, the city moaned under the weight of its afflictions, a chorus of despair that prickled the skin. I could hear the wailing of the sick, the thud of bodies being carried away. And yet, in that moment of shared fear, I felt something shift, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for our next move. We were two flawed souls, bound by blood and grief, standing on the precipice of the unknown. Then, as if in response to our silent vow, a shadow passed overhead, an omen, a reminder of the gods above who reveled in our suffering. I gazed up, heart pounding, feeling the chill of destiny's hand upon my shoulder. The plague was a turning point, and we were caught in its storm, fragile yet fierce, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. And as the sun slipped beneath the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I took a deep breath, ready to confront the shadows that danced just beyond the edge of my vision. The plague sent by Apollo was only the beginning, and our fight was only just beginning. The sun hung low over the battlefield, its dying light staining the earth with an angry crimson, a reminder that death was never far away. The clamor of clashing swords echoed like a funeral dirge, each sound was a heartbeat, a whisper of fate looming closer. I could feel it, the weight of the air heavy and thick, like a storm about to break. I was there, caught in the tension, lost amid the faces contorted in rage, faces I had once loved and now could barely recognize. Patroclus stood before me, defiant, a spark of light against the consuming darkness. His armor gleamed as if the gods themselves had forged it, and yet, his eyes held an uncertainty that gnawed at my soul. I remember the moment vividly, the way he grasped the spear, fingers trembling, a mixture of determination and fear swirling within him. The laughter we shared just days before felt like a ghost haunting the present, it echoed in my mind like a cruel reminder of what was at stake. "Are you ready?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, so afraid of the answer, so terrified of what lay ahead. He nodded, but the spark in his eyes flickered, dimmed by a darkness I couldn't bear to acknowledge. We were warriors, yes, but we were also friends, brothers, bound together by something far deeper than mere bloodshed. And therein lay the tragedy: the more we fought, the more we lost ourselves. He charged into the fray, and I followed, heart pounding with adrenaline, each step urging me closer to the edge. The clang of metal filled my ears, drowning out the screams of the dying. I remember the way the ground trembled beneath our feet, as if even the earth itself was anticipating the blood that would soon be spilled. In those moments, I fought not just for glory, but for him, the man who stood as my anchor amidst the chaos. And then it happened, in a heartbeat, a moment that stretched eternity into a single, unbearable instant. I saw him falter, caught by the glint of a Trojan blade, its fierce edge thirsting for flesh. The world around me became a blur, vibrant colors melting into shadow. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of war, lost among the cacophony of lives extinguishing. Patroclus fell, a flower crushed beneath a boot, petals scattered in the wind. Time froze as I rushed toward him, limbs heavy with despair. I remember the horror in his eyes, a reflection of my own, as he gasped for breath, life slipping away like sand through fingers. Achilles, he breathed, and in that single word, my world shattered. The name hung between us, a thread woven with memories of laughter, of warmth, of shared dreams now turned to dust. I cradled his head, feeling the warmth drain from his body, the life ebbing away like the tide receding from the shore. My tears fell, mingling with the earth, and I desperately searched his gaze for answers, answers I knew he no longer had. No, 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 I chanted, a prayer to gods who seemed deaf to our suffering. With each gasp, I felt something within me fracture, a part of my soul splintering apart, lost in the vastness of grief. Patroclus smiled weakly, a ghost of his former self. "Remember, the stars," he whispered, and I could almost see them, the constellations we had traced together in the night sky, the dreams we had spun beneath that endless expanse. But those stars felt so far away now, so unreachable. When the light faded from his eyes, I felt an emptiness that expanded within me, a chasm that swallowed all hope. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all that escaped was a low, guttural sound, a primal wail that echoed through the battlefield, reverberating through time. The world had stopped, but the war raged on, futile, senseless, a worsening wound refusing to be cauterized. As darkness enveloped me, a fury ignited deep within. I would not let this be the end. I would become a force of vengeance, a storm of fury unleashed upon those who had taken him from me. I could feel the essence of Patroclus within me, his spirit igniting my rage, pushing me toward the brink of something primal. I remembered his laughter, his courage, and I knew I could not allow his death to be in vain. "Let them come," I roared, like thunder breaking through the stillness, every word soaked in pain and anger. I could almost hear the echoes of our past, every fight, every challenge, a reminder of the bond we had forged. I wanted to honor him, to embody the very essence of his spirit, to become a guardian of his memory. The battlefield was no longer a mere stage for war, it was my crucible, and I would emerge anew, unbreakable, unyielding. And as I stepped forward, the familiar weight of my blade felt like a friend returned from exile. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the joy of our moments together, the way the sun would rise on our laughter, the warmth of our companionship. But now, all that was left was the taste of ash on my tongue, the promise of revenge burning in my veins. This was not an end, but a beginning, an unquenchable thirst for retribution that surged within me, pulsing like a new heartbeat. With every step, I became a force of nature, a tempest fueled by loss, grief, and undying love. The shadows of the past loomed large, yet in that darkness, I found a flicker of light, a promise to keep his memory alive, even as the world around me crumbled into chaos. And so I plunged into the chaos, into the heart of darkness, ready to transform my grief into fury and my love into vengeance. The night was alive, pregnant with the promise of blood, an intoxicating scent that drove me forward. I would not be stopped, I could not be silenced. The battle was eternal, and I, Achilles, would become a living legend, a manifestation of revenge fueled by the death of Patroclus. The ground trembles beneath the weight of the moment, as the sun sinks low, staining the sky blood-red. I can almost taste the molten fear in the air, a thick, coppery flavor that clings to my tongue. A scream rips through the chaos, a sound of pure agony that slices through the thick haze of anticipation. It's not just a cry, it's a death rattle, a warning that rings in my ears like a bell tolling for lost souls. Achilles stands at the edge of the battlefield, a titan among men, his presence a storm that churns the air. His eyes glint like twin daggers, sharp and unyielding, fueled by a wrath that could raise the heavens. He is a force of nature, and yet, in this moment, there's an unsettling tremor in his stance. Perhaps it's the weight of loss, the ghosts of friends and enemies alike circling above him like vultures, their whispers clawing at his sanity. He is not just a warrior, he is a man on the brink, teetering between glory and despair. I remember the way his fingers curl around the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with fury. The blade, a weapon of unmatched beauty, gleams ominously, thirsty for blood. In this instant, it feels alive, eager, humming with the promise of vengeance. It craves the thrill of battle, the rapture of ripping flesh from bone. But I see it too, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reminder of the price that comes with such power. Each heartbeat echoes the rhythm of inevitability, a countdown to the storm he must unleash. And then there's Patroclus, his closest companion, a man woven into Achilles' very soul. I watch him now, face pale and drawn, the weight of an unspeakable loss etched deep within his features. He stands before Achilles, a fragile thread holding back the tempest. "You can't do this," he urges, voice shaking with desperation. "You'll lose yourself in the tide of slaughter." But the words hang heavy, lost amid the cacophony of clashing steel and dying men. Patroclus knows that the very essence of Achilles is bound up in the fight, yet he begs him to remember the man beneath the armor. The fire in Achilles' heart is more than rage, it's a love that blinds him, a devotion that could either save him or destroy them both. I remember their laughter once, echoing across the fields, their bond as unbreakable as the sword Achilles wields. But that laughter has turned to ash, scorched by the grim reality that war inflicts. Patroclus' eyes brim with unshed tears, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath the surface, each wave threatening to pull him under. "You're not just a hero," he pleads. "You're my hero." The tenderness in his voice pierces through the clamor, a beacon of light in a world consumed by darkness. But Achilles, lost in the churning sea of fury and sorrow, cannot hear the lifeline being thrown. The battle rages on, a monstrous dance of death. Bodies fall, their lives extinguished as quickly as a candle snuffed by the wind. A boy, no more than a child, stumbles, eyes wide with terror. I can feel his heartbeat, frantic and desperate, as he reaches for his fallen brother, hands trembling. The air is thick with the stench of blood and sweat, mingling with the cries of the dying, a grotesque symphony that plays on repeat. Each note is visceral, a raw reminder of the fragility of life. In the chaos, a shadow looms. Hector, the prince of Troy, his face a mask of grim determination, stands opposite Achilles. He knows that this confrontation is inevitable, a clash that could reshape their worlds. he grips his sword tightly, the knuckles turning white, aware that the fate of his city hangs in the balance. But beneath that facade lies fear, an understanding that this fight will not just be a battle of strength, but a collision of souls. The weight of their legacies presses down like a thundercloud, heavy and ominous. As Achilles charges forward, the world narrows to a single point, him, Hector, and the inevitable reckoning. Time seems to slow, each heartbeat stretching into eternity. In his mind, I can see memories flashing, a childhood spent in laughter, a mother's embrace, the taste of honey on his lips. But those memories are drowned out by the roar of battle, a haunting echo that threatens to consume him whole. The sword rises, and for a heartbeat, there is silence, a pause filled with the weight of what is to come. And then, the moment explodes, a collision of steel and flesh, the world erupting into chaos once more. The intensity of their struggle sends ripples through the air, vibrations that resonate deep within me. Each strike, each parry, is not just a dance of combat, but a ritual of pain, a testament to the burdens they carry. I feel it in my bones, the agony of sacrifice, the bitter taste of revenge. In the midst of the fury, I catch a glimpse of Patroclus once again, eyes wide with dread, as if he knows the price that must be paid. Achilles, he cries, a plea that hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. But the cry is swallowed by the winds of war, lost amid the cacophony. I see him fading, the light of hope dimming as darkness swells and engulfs. A ghost of what was. But Achilles, relentless, presses on, driven by an ancient fury that binds him. Each swing of his sword is a howl of defiance, a scream against the void threatening to consume his existence. In this moment, he is more than a hero, he is a tempest unleashed, a force of nature carving a path through the chaos. The world blurs, time loses meaning, and all that exists is this moment of raw emotion, a crucible of pain and power. As the dust settles and breaths are held, I see it, a glimmer of something deeper in the eyes of Achilles, a flicker of regret. But there's no turning back now. In the heart of the storm, heroes are forged, and destinies collide. This is not just a battle, it's a reckoning, one that will leave scars long after the last breath has been taken. I feel it, the weight of this truth, a haunting melody that lingers in the air, echoing long after the clash has faded. The cycle continues, wrath, loss, and the fragile thread of humanity binding it all together. The air thickens, heavy with smoke and the scent of iron. A hush has fallen, an eerie silence that wraps around the battered city of Troy like the shrouds of the dead. I stand on the edge of the battlefield, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, a witness to the tragic symphony of war. The chaos of clashing swords has faded into the background, replaced by the sharp anticipation of what is to come. My hands tremble, they are stained with the blood of those I have lost, friends turn ghosts in the twilight of my memory. Hector, the pride of Troy, the last beacon of hope, stands in the center of the thrumming tension, his silhouette carved against the fading light. He is a lion among lambs, but even lions can bleed. I remember the fierce glint in his eyes, the way he rallied our people like the first whispers of dawn breaking over the horizon, promising warmth, safety, and life. Today, that light flickers, dimmed by destiny's cruel hand. Across the battlefield, Achilles waits, a specter of wrath and vengeance, his armor gleaming with the promise of death. He would bring the end, a relentless storm that would sweep through Troy, leaving nothing but ashes. I remember the stories, the songs sung by the fireside, tales of heroes and their glory. But glory tastes bitter when woven with the threads of betrayal. As the night falls, I can almost hear the echoes of our laughter, now twisted into cries of despair. Hector, my brother, my solemn anchor, prepares for the inevitable clash. His brow is furrowed, taut with the weight of our father's expectations, the eyes of a kingdom upon him. What will become of us, he asks, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. What do we fight for, if not for love? The words hang between us, heavy like the smoke curling from the dying embers of our shattered homes. I want to reach for him, to pull him back from the precipice of fate, but the bond of blood feels like chains now. I remember the last time I pulled him away from battle, the last time I saw him smile, bright as a child chasing the sun across the fields. The gods have conspired against us, I whisper, my voice a threadbare echo of hope. But we are Troy. We are fire and ash, and we will rise. But Hector simply nods, a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He grips his sword, the weight of it familiar yet foreign, and I can see the shadows of doubt creeping into his heart. It gnaws at him, the fear of leaving something unfinished, of haunting the dreams of his unborn child. I want to scream, to shake him until the stars align, to show him that even the fiercest warriors can falter. The ground trembles beneath the weight of footsteps. Achilles advances, the embodiment of wrath, his face a mask of fury. I can see the madness glinting in his eyes, and for a fleeting second, I wonder if he realizes he is but a pawn in this cosmic game. The air crackles with tension, time itself seems to pause, holding its breath. I can feel it, the moment before the storm, before the heavens break wide open to swallow the earth whole. And then it explodes. The clash of metal rings through the air, a symphony of destruction, and I am ensnared in the chaos. Hector fights, a whirlwind of steel and determination, yet I see the cracks in his armor, the weariness that betrays him. Each strike he delivers is a prayer, each parry a plea for salvation. I remember how it feels to love fiercely, how it burns inside, and I see that fire flickering in him, battling against the tide of despair. Achilles is relentless, a force of nature, and I know, deep down, that this will not end well. With every clash of swords, I feel the shattering of dreams, the future I wished for him slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. The world narrows to this moment, a focus so tight it almost hurts. The sun dips, casting long shadows that dance on the ground, and within those shadows lurk all the ghosts of our past. Brother! I scream, my voice raw, cutting through the cacophony. But it's swallowed whole by the rage of war, by the cries of men, the echoes of lives extinguished. I see Hector falter, just for an instant, a slip, a hesitation, the betrayal of an exhausted spirit. Achilles seizes the moment, a predator closing in on its prey. There it is, the fatal blow. A gasp escapes me, a sound so visceral it feels like my heart has been wrenched from my chest. Hector falls, and time shatters. I am propelled forward, lost in the chaos of the moment, the world spinning like a cursed wheel around me. I want to scream, to howl at the moon, but all I can hear is the silence that follows his fall, a gaping void that threatens to swallow me whole. He crumples to the ground, and the last flicker of light dims in his eyes. I remember the tales, the legends of heroes who never fade, who live on in the songs. But here lies Hector, not a hero but a man, flesh and blood, dreams and fears, dead beneath the weight of fate. The ground beneath me trembles with the heartbeat of the city, the heartbeat of a people now lost. Achilles stands over him, a god among men, and I see a flicker of something, regret, perhaps. Or is it the hollow triumph of a warrior who has lost his humanity in the pursuit of glory? The battlefield is quiet now, the storm past, yet I feel the winds howling within me. Time stretches, suffocating, as I reach for Hector. He is gone, and with him, the light of Troy flickers dimly in the distance. I remember the weight of love, the burden of loss, and I grasp the shards of my heart, piecing together fragments of dreams that will never be. The city stands, but its champion has fallen, and in that moment, I know, we are all but ghosts wandering this earth, caught in the web of our own making, waiting for the dawn that may never come. And as the stars blink into existence, I can almost hear their whispers, this is not the end. But what does the end mean when the heart is forever broken? The sun hung low over Troy, a molten orb casting long shadows that dance like specters across the blood-soaked earth. I stood on the edge of the battleground, a shaky breath caught in my throat. Smoke curled up from the remnants of battle, curling into the sky like whispers of the fallen. Each plume felt heavy with grief, and underneath it all, the ground seemed to pulse, thrumming with the unburied cries of the dead. Hector's body, his lifeless form, lay just beyond, tethered to the ground by the weight of 1,000 grievances. I remember the moment it shattered me, a pulse of fear slicing through the stillness. There he was, the once great prince of Troy, now a marionette without strings, stripped of armor, stripped of dignity, stripped of everything but the memories we all held dear. I had loved Hector. Not in the way a lover does, but in the way you love a brother or a god. A protector, a warrior. The laughter shared over wine, the dreams of victory now reduced to a cruel joke. Achilles will not rest until he has desecrated him, I whispered, my voice cracking like brittle bone. My heart thudded like a war drum, each beat an echo of the past, of laughter turned to sobs, of hope extinguished by the weight of vengeance. The thought of Hector's body, once proud and unyielding, now vulnerable, gnawed at my insides. How could the world allow this? In the distance, I saw Priam, Hector's father, a king turned ghost under the burden of sorrow. His once majestic figure slouched, a crumbling statue abandoned by the hands of time. I could feel the ache in his heart as if it were my own. Grief is a strange betrayal. It seeps into your bones, morphing you into someone unrecognizable. Priam was no longer just a father, he was a man grievously carved from the stone of despair, each line on his face telling a story of loss, of love, of a lifetime spent in the shadow of a son who would never return. "Where is my son?" he cried, voice hoarse, raw. It was a sound that split the silence, a jagged cry that pierced the air, sending shivers down my spine. In that moment, I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, felt the weight of his sorrow smothering the cries of war. I remember wanting to erase the distance between us, to gather him into my arms and shield him from the horrors of the world, but all I could do was watch as he stumbled toward the lifeless form of Hector, each step a battle against the gravity of grief. "Father, I am here," Hector's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting remnant of what was. I could see Priam kneeling at his side, hands shaking, hovering over the bruised and battered flesh of his son. In the stillness of that moment, I felt time fold in on itself, the past and present colliding in a chaotic waltz. Memories of laughter and warm embraces morphed into visions of blood and death. I was trapped in a cycle of despair, the echoes of our shared humanity clawing at my throat. "I will bring him back," Priam vowed, a fierce hope igniting in his chest even as his soul crumbled. The words hung in the air, heavy with desperation, like a lifeline tossed into a stormy sea. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him he was fighting a losing battle with the gods. The fate of Hector's body was already sealed within the annals of tragedy, a testament to the cruelty of fate. Yet as Priam cradled his son's head in his hands, I saw something shift within him. A flicker of a warrior, a glimmer of strength reborn amidst the ruins of his heart. It was a fleeting moment, but it filled me with a strange warmth, a fragile hope that perhaps love could conquer even the darkest nights. I remember when the sun shone brighter, I murmured, the weight of the world sitting heavy on my chest. When laughter echoed off these walls instead of cries. The memories rushed in, chaotic and vivid, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and despair. But then, the laughter faded, swallowed by a gaping void. The sun dipped lower, igniting the horizon with a fire that felt all too cruel. The shadows grew longer, creeping closer, wrapping around us like cold fingers. I could almost hear the whispers of the dying, could almost taste the salt of their tears mixing with the earth. In that moment, I understood what it meant to truly grieve. It was not a linear path but an endless loop, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at your soul. I watched as Priam leaned over Hector, brushing his fingers against his son's cheek, a haunting tenderness amid the devastation. "You should not have died," he whispered, voice cracking like fragile glass. "You should have been my legacy." I remember the chill that ran down my spine, the aching intensity of his words stabbing through the thickening gloom. It felt as if the gods themselves were laughing at us, cruel spectators to our torment, feasting on our pain. Hector's face, pale and lifeless, reflected the anguish of 1,000 souls lost to the wrath of men. "We cannot let his memory fade," I found myself saying, as if trying to convince Priam, to convince myself. "We must fight for his honor, for our fallen." But the words felt hollow, a mere echo of a fleeting thought, as I watched the shadows grow thicker around us, the dusk swallowing hope and light. The darkness hovered on the edge, ready to pull us in. I felt the chill wrap around my heart, like death's cold embrace. And as Priam clung to his son, I knew this was just the beginning. The cries of grief would rise, shattering the silence, echoing through Troy's battered walls, a lamentation that would never cease. Time slipped away, and I stood there, anchored by the chaos, feeling the world shift beneath my feet. The weight of Hector's fate hung heavily in the air, a promise of sorrow yet to come. As Priam wept, the shadows closed in, and I understood that we were all trapped in a web of grief, spinning endlessly, waiting for dawn that might never break. The air crackled with tension, a palpable charge that hung between the men like a storm cloud ready to burst. The campfires flickered, casting ghostly shadows on the canvas of night, and all around, the murmurs of the Greek army faded into a tense silence. I stood there, heart hammering, breath shallow, caught in the middle of a moment that felt like the end of the world. The clash of wills was about to ignite, and I could feel it in my bones, an electric foreboding thrumming beneath my skin. Achilles stood, a titan among men, his eyes burning with the ferocity of 1,000 suns. His armor glinted, but it was the resolve in his stance that held everyone captive. Pride coursed through him, hot and unyielding, like molten lava threatening to spill over. "You take what is mine," he spat, voice low, but laced with the crackling fury of a volcano. "You take and you take, Agamemnon, but you do not understand the cost of what you demand." Agamemnon, the king, his posture rigid as a statue, felt the weight of Achilles' gaze like a blade pressing against his neck. His hand clenched at his sides, a king's authority mingling with the vulnerability of a man grappling with his own demons. "I am king, Achilles," he thundered, each syllable a challenge, a command, a plea wrapped in the thin veneer of tyranny. "You do not dictate terms to me. I demand the spoils of war." The words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a breathless moment caught between the shifting tides of honor and disrespect. I could see the shadows of their past battles flickering behind them, memories like specters, haunting the edges of their confrontation. The echoes of their shared victories and losses resonated, binding them together in a dance of fate, a dance that was spiraling dangerously toward disarray. I remember the stories whispered around the fires, tales of glory and betrayal, of men who loved and died with equal fervor. But here, in this electric moment, the tales became real, twisting and curling around the heart like a vine, choking the breath from my lungs. These were not just heroes, they were men, flawed and aching, burdened by their own legacies. "Your pride is a poison, Agamemnon," Achilles hissed, eyes narrowing like a predator, poised to strike. "You think yourself a god among men, but look at the rubble you leave behind. Look at the lives you toy with." There was a deep sorrow in his voice, the kind that dripped with the weight of unspoken pain, the kind that came from years of fighting for a cause that felt increasingly hollow. Then, the silence shattered. Agamemnon's voice, a low growl, rose like a tempest. "I will not bow to you. I will not cower before your ego. You think you are above the rest of us, but you are just a man, Achilles, just a man." The fury in his words was a wild storm, and I could see it igniting a fire in Achilles' heart, a fire that threatened to consume everything in its path. Around them, the men shifted, restless specters of uncertainty. They were warriors, they had tasted blood and glory, but now they were caught in the crossfire of their leaders' egos, the churning conflict threatening to swallow them whole. I felt their fear, a collective heartbeat racing in sync, echoing within the depths of my own core. "I am not just a man," Achilles roared, and I felt the ground tremble beneath his fury. "I am the best among us. The blood of heroes flows through my veins, and your title means nothing to me when you send men to their deaths for your own gain." Each word struck like arrows, piercing the heart of their fragile alliance, the bonds forged in shared battles unraveling before my eyes. And then, the moment stretched, time dilated, bending like a fragile reed caught in a tempest. I could feel the world around me dimming, the stars in the night sky witnessing the reckoning below. The stakes were rising as Agamemnon's face hardened, his eyes darkened with the weight of his own choices. "You think your prowess makes you untouchable? You think loyalty is a game you can play by your own rules?" The tension was suffocating now, a tightrope drawn between camaraderie and betrayal. I could see the fire burning in their souls, clashing with the chill of realization that friendship had become a battlefield, and loyalty was a line crossed with every scathing word hurled like daggers. Achilles' voice trembled with passion, raw and unfiltered. "You wield your power like a weapon, Agamemnon, but you are a coward hiding behind your crown. You think yourself invincible, but in your arrogance, you will lose everything." The air was thick with unspoken dread. Each man around them held his breath, teetering on the edge of loyalty and fear. I felt the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of the past whispering warnings that echoed in the night. And in this crucible of rage and betrayal, I understood that the fight was no longer just between two men, it was a battle for the very soul of their army, a clash that would determine the fate of so many. Agamemnon's response was sharp, biting, a slap that echoed through the night like a gunshot. What do you know of sacrifice? You hide behind your strength, but strength without wisdom is nothing but a tempest in a teacup. His words cut deep, a raw insult that sent ripples through the hearts of those who listened. And there, in that charged silence, I felt it, the weight of their burdens pressing heavily on my chest. I remembered my own struggles, the nights spent wrestling with my own demons, the longing for recognition, for love, for a place in a world that seemed ever so vast and uninviting. I could see the flickers of their humanity, the fear of loss, the thirst for respect. But as they stood facing one another, two titans locked in a battle of wills, I knew the storm was just beginning. The clash of their ambitions was a prelude to something darker, something inevitable. The stars above flickered ominously, shadows dancing at the edges of my vision as the night deepened, and I realized that the battle was not just for power, it was a descent into the very depths of their souls, a haunting revelation that would change everything. In that moment, I understood that their struggle was far from over, a wound that would fester and bleed into the fabric of their lives. And as the shadows lengthened, I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on all of us, an unyielding force drawing us toward an abyss that promised only chaos. I remember the silence that followed, the way it wrapped around us, thick and suffocating, making it impossible to escape the impending doom. And as the clash of leaders spiraled into an emotional crescendo, I knew this was only the beginning of a tale that would echo through the ages, haunting us long after the fires of war had dimmed. The night stretched on, a canvas painted with the hues of conflict, and we, the witnesses, were bound to this moment, forever entwined in the chaos of their hearts. Night cloaked the battlefield, a shroud of darkness settling over the remnants of glory and despair. The ground beneath was a graveyard of ambition, soaked not just in blood, but in dreams shattered like glass. I stood there, heart racing, the echo of 1,000 voices ringing in my ears, a cacophony of loss. It was here, in the suffocating silence following the storm, that I felt him, the ghost of Achilles, weaving through the shadows, his presence as palpable as the chill in the air. I remember the legends. He was invincible, they said, the embodiment of wrath and valor. But now he lingered in the twilight, a memory on the cusp of fading, and I wondered, what happens when the mightiest warrior finds himself haunted by the weight of his own legacy? The battlefield felt like a canvas, painted with hues of glory and anguish, each stroke a reminder of the burdens we carry. Patroclus had fallen, his name a lament whispered among the winds. I could see him, the warmth of his laughter dancing in the corners of my mind, a flickering candle against the encroaching dark. The ache in my chest throbbed fiercely. I had been so busy chasing the glint of swords and the roar of battle that I had lost sight of what truly mattered. Love, friendship, the fragile threads that bind us. Now they were frayed, and the weight of my own hubris pressed down like a stone. What do you want? I screamed into the void, expecting no answer. The stars blinked above, indifferent. But there was a shiver behind me, a rustle among the reeds, and I turned to see her, Briseis, her figure outlined against the moonlight, a spectre of sorrow and strength. She bore the weight of history on her shoulders, a fallen queen turned captive, now a fierce warrior in her own right. Her eyes glimmered with unspoken battles, and I felt the intensity of her gaze pierce through me, an arrow aimed at my heart. Achilles, she whispered, the name hanging between us like a fragile thread, both a summons and an accusation. He needs to remember who he was, who he must be. Her voice trembled, a blend of fear and hope, and in that moment, I realized, we were all seeking something lost, some ember of who we used to be. I remember the stories we spun beneath the stars, the promises made in the hush of night, and I felt the heat of them now, raw, electric. But fear clawed at me, a beast with sharp teeth. What if returning to that legend meant losing everything? What if the price of resurrecting the hero was to condemn the man? I was teetering on the precipice, the abyss yawning wide beneath me, and I had to decide whether to leap or to retreat into the shadows. Are you afraid? Briseis asked, her voice steady but laced with an urgency that made my heart race. Fear was a familiar companion, gnawing at my resolve. The weight of uncertainty pressed down, suffocating in its intensity. Or do you believe that the past can be rewritten? She was challenging me, and I felt the fire of her spirit sparking something deep within me. I glanced back at the ruins, the charred remains of dreams built and broken. I remembered the faces of those who had fallen, the laughter that had turned to screams. And yet, in the darkness, there was a flicker of something else, determination. The world needed Achilles, not the spectre he had become but the legend reborn. But the road ahead was lined with thorns, each step a potential betrayal of the man I had come to be. As I took a step toward her, the ground beneath my feet shifted, as if acknowledging the weight of my decision. The air crackled, a storm of emotion swirling around us. "Tell me what you see," I urged, my voice a rasp. "What does the hero look like now, to you?" She stepped closer, and in the dim light, I saw the contours of her resolve. "He looks like a man who has loved and lost, who has fought and stands again, not for glory, but for those who remain." Her words were like arrows, piercing the fog of my confusion, igniting a fire within. "He is not a god, he is a man, flawed yet fierce." I remember the first time I'd felt the weight of a life not my own, a child's play, the weight of expectation pressing down on the innocent shoulders of a warrior. I was a mosaic of memories, each piece a reflection of the man I could become. I had been hiding in the shadows of my own creation, paralyzed by the fear of what it meant to be Achilles. Each heartbeat echoed louder now, the rhythm of destiny thumping in my chest. Ghostly whispers swirled around us, urging me forward. "I will not let your spirit fade," I vowed, the promise rising in me like a tide. "I will fight not just for the glory of war, but for the love we have lost." Briseis nodded, a fierce glimmer in her eyes, and for the first time, I felt the chains of my past begin to break. "Then find him," she urged, "find the Achilles who fought for love, for honor, for us." The wind howled, a chorus of spirits rising around us as I stepped into the night, the darkness no longer a shroud but a cloak of possibility. Achilles was not dead, he had only been waiting for a chance to return, to reclaim his heart. As the stars above blinked down at me, I felt the weight of the cosmos against me, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning. I wasn't just returning, I was beginning anew, a renewed resolve propelling me forward. And as I turned back to Briseis, our eyes locked, the universe shifted. The past, the present, and the future intertwined, a tapestry woven from threads of love and loss. In that moment, I felt it, the pulse of a hero awakening, not in solitude but in unity. The battle was not yet won, but the fight had changed. The storm was brewing, and the world would soon bear witness to the return of Achilles. It was time to face the ghosts once more. It was time to finally live. The air was thick, a palpable tension crackling like summer lightning just before the storm. I remember that night vividly, the moon hanging low and swollen, a ghostly eye watching the unfolding chaos in the heart of Troy. The walls, once unyielding, now stood as mere shadows of their former glory, begrudging witnesses to the tragedy that had gripped the city for a decade. I could almost feel the despair seeping through the stones, as if the very essence of the place had become a cry for release. Inside the city, the cries of the dying echoed like a haunting melody, and there, amid the madness, stood Helen, her beauty a double-edged sword, a wound that had festered for years. She was a queen trapped in a labyrinth of bitter choices, longing for the warmth of home yet forever tethered to the chains of betrayal. I remember the way she clutched her chest, as if trying to stifle the heartbreak that throbbed beneath her skin. Her eyes, once bright with ambition, flickered with the shadows of regret and fear. Then there was Odysseus, a man of cunning and wit, yet with a soul weighed down by the burden of his own schemes. I watched him, cloaked in a veil of confidence, plotting under the cover of darkness, his mind a whirlwind of desperation and determination. He was the architect of the Trojan Horse, a masterpiece of deception, crafted from wooden dreams, promising salvation while concealing death. But even in his brilliance, there was a flicker of doubt, a tiny seed of fear blossoming within him. What if the horse became a tomb? What if the very people he sought to save became his executioners? As the darkness enveloped us, the sinister clatter of hooves echoed outside the walls, a chorus of uncertainty. I shivered. The Trojans were weary, their hearts heavy with the burden of war, but they were not blind. They had seen their brothers fall, heard the whispers of betrayal, and now, as the horse loomed before them, a spectre of hope or doom, they faced a choice that could shatter the very fabric of their existence. I could feel the air thrum with the collective heartbeat of the city, a desperate cadence of hope and dread. "Open the gates," shouted a voice, trembling with urgency. The warriors, weary and worn, stood at the threshold, weapons raised, eyes darting. I could see the flicker of doubt in their hearts. To trust again was to risk everything. But the promise of victory danced like a flame before them, blinding in its allure. They were soldiers, not philosophers. Fear and fervor twisted their minds like a serpent strangling its prey. I remember the moment, the heartbeat in the silence before chaos erupted. Helen, torn between loyalty and longing, stepped forward, her voice quaking yet resolute. "Do not let fear guide your hand," she urged, her words a fragile thread weaving through the tension. "What if this is our salvation? What if trust is the key that unlocks the chains of our torment?" But Odysseus, cloaked in shadows, his mind racing, heard not her plea but the whispers of fate. Fate, that cruel mistress, twisted her fingers around him, squeezing tighter. I could see the memories of loss etched on his face, the faces of comrades lost, of friendships severed. A grim smile flickered across his lips, but it was a smile that held the weight of the world. "Hope is a dangerous thing," he murmured, almost to himself, as if the very act of speaking it would shatter the fragile illusion. And then it happened. The gates creaked open, a yawning maw of uncertainty. The Trojans, weary of war, hesitated, caught in a web of conflicting desires. I felt my breath hitch as the first soldier stepped forward, his heart pounding in rhythm with the drum of my own. The memory of the past crashed against the present, battles fought, blood spilled, dreams shattered. Each step toward the horse was a step toward oblivion, yet the allure of victory was intoxicating. I remember the stillness that followed, a breath drawn deep into the lungs of the night, before the world erupted. The wooden beast, its belly swollen with hidden warriors, stood there, a monument to human ambition and folly. The echoes of laughter seemed to taunt us as the Trojans approached, hands reaching out, fingers brushing against polished wood, the gleam of hope blinding them to the truth. And as the warriors climbed inside, the laughter turned to screams. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that stretched into eternity. The air crackled like a fever dream, the very fabric of reality warping under the weight of betrayal. Odysseus's heart raced, caught in a tumultuous storm of triumph and dread. He had orchestrated this symphony of chaos, yet in the depths of his mind, a voice whispered of the price. But the Trojans had already sealed their fate. As the night deepened, the shadows began to stir, emerging from the belly of the beast with grim purpose. I could almost taste the desperation in the air, thick and cloying, as the realization crashed down upon them. Deception had woven its dark thread through their lives, binding them to a fate they could not escape. The city, once alive with laughter and love, transformed into a graveyard of hope. I felt the cold creep into my bones, a shiver of dread that lingered long after the echoes faded. Time stretched on, each second a reminder of the choices that had led us here, a ghostly clock ticking down to our annihilation. And so, I stood at the edge of the abyss, heart pounding, breath coming in quick gasps. The shadows danced around me, weaving stories of betrayal, hope, and despair, the lines of reality blurring like the fading embers of a dying fire. I remember, each heartbeat echoing the tragedy that had unfolded, the relentless beat of fate as it whispered sweet nothings of conquest, snuffing out the light of innocence. The Trojan horse had carved its place in history, a monument to the darkest recesses of the human soul. And as the curtain fell on that fateful night, I found myself trapped in its embrace, forever caught between shadows and whispers, uncertainty and terror, where the only escape was to become part of the story itself. Thunder rumbled in the distance, breaking the stillness of a world caught in a breathless pause. I stood at the precipice, the jagged cliffs of Mycenae rising like a fortress around me, their shadows swallowing any trace of light. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes your heart pound just a little too fast, each beat a warning. I could feel it, that electric hum of dread pulsating through the ground. The final assault was upon us, and each moment stretched like a taut string, ready to snap. I remember the way Lysandra's eyes flickered, mirroring the storm above, bright, defiant, yet filled with an undercurrent of fear that threatened to drown her spirit. She was the heart of our plan, an unyielding flame in a gathering darkness, but even she wavered now. "What if we fail?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the weight of the silence. It was a question that gnawed at me, echoing in the chambers of my mind like a ghost refusing to rest. What if we failed? I turned away, my gaze caught by the distant horizon, where the last remnants of sunlight fell like a wounded soldier, bleeding into the horizon. Failure is not an option, I replied, though my own voice felt hollow, swallowed by the expansive night that lurked beyond. The truth was, I felt the uncertainty gnawing at my insides, a relentless beast clawing for freedom. Beside me, Odysseus stood rigid, his jaw clenched tight. He was the warrior, the one with muscles like iron, yet I saw the cracks beneath his bravado. I remember when we were children, he said suddenly, breaking the thick silence. Running through the olive trees, pretending to be heroes. Now look at us. His laugh was bitter, a dark sound that mingled with the rustling leaves, reminding me of the innocence we had lost. Each moment surged through me like a tide, pulling memories from the depths, our laughter, our dreams, all now teetering on the brink of ruin. The clock of fate ticked cruelly, each second a reminder of what lay ahead. I could almost hear its relentless rhythm, matching the thud of our hearts, its hands creeping closer to the hour of reckoning. The citadel loomed before us, its walls a testament to the battles fought and lost, a silent witness to our desperate plight. Our plan was a fragile thread in a tapestry woven with blood and betrayal. As the winds howled, carrying whispers of the past, I felt the weight of our choices hanging heavily upon us. Listen, Lysandra said, her voice a thread pulling me back to the present. Do you hear that? It was faint at first, a low murmur rising from the shadows, the sound of soldiers preparing for war, the clinking of armor, the sharpening of swords. Each sound was a death knell, a reminder of the lives we were about to disrupt, the chaos we were about to unleash. I clutched my own weapon, the sword cool and heavy in my grip, almost mocking me with its readiness. The night deepened, and the stars blinked down at us, distant and unconcerned. What are we fighting for? I asked, more to myself than to them. For a future? For freedom? The questions hung in the air, thick with the weight of truth. Each answer felt like a stab to my chest, a reminder that hope was a fickle companion on a battlefield painted with desperation. But as the first streaks of dawn began to break, an orange hue painting the sky, something shifted within me. The fear, the uncertainty, they morphed into something else, a raw, burning determination. I remembered our childhood promises, the dreams we had spun under the flickering stars, and suddenly, the stakes felt different. They felt personal. Failure loomed, yes, but so did the possibility of triumph. I drew in a sharp breath, grounding myself against the rising tide of emotion. We fight for each other, I said, my voice stronger now, filled with the fervor of a belief I was just beginning to grasp. For the lives we've lived and the ones we wish to protect. We fight for our freedom, for love, for the light we refuse to let die. Odysseus met my gaze, his eyes glistening with a mixture of fear and fierce loyalty. Together, then, he asked, the question hanging in the air like a promise. Together, Lysandra echoed, her voice a vow that resonated deep within. The trio of us stood on that precipice, bound by our shared resolve. The world around us faded into a blur, the dark shadows of doubt dissipating like mist before the dawn. But just then, the first horn sounded in the distance, a shrill call that echoed across the hills like a thunderclap, jolting us from our moment of unity. The armies were gathering, the final assault was imminent, and the reality of what we were about to face crashed down upon us like a wave. I could feel it in my veins, that primal rush of adrenaline, the intoxicating blend of fear and courage. This was it, the moment that would define us. The moment that would carve our names into the annals of history, for better or worse. Lysandra gripped my hand tightly, her fingers cold yet steady. No matter what happens, she said, her eyes fierce and unyielding, we will not let them take our dreams. And with that, we stepped forward into the storm, hearts pounding, breathless, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The siege of Mycenae awaited, a symphony of chaos and fire, and we were about to add our own melody to its haunting score. In that moment, as the shadows swallowed us whole, I knew we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for a legacy, for the echoes of our laughter beneath the olive trees, for the light of a future that begged to be born amidst the turmoil. The night trembles, a pulse of foreboding echoing in the shadows of Troy. The air is thick with smoke and sweat, a bitter reminder that glory has a price. I remember the sound, a low rumble, like the growl of a beast awakening from a long slumber. It shivers through my bones, whispering promises of chaos, and I know, that this is not merely a war, this is the end. And there she stands, Helen, the spark that ignited 1,000 ships and now stands still, her beauty forged in the chaos of love and betrayal. Her eyes, once fierce, now glisten like shattered glass. She watches as the flames lick the stone walls, a silent witness to her own damnation. Is this what it means to be a goddess? She whispers to herself, though the gods have long abandoned us. Her heart, once filled with longing, now pounds with fear, each beat a reminder of the lives woven into her choices. Helen! A voice pierces through the cacophony. Paris, the prince whose love was both a blessing and a curse. His armor is smeared with the blood of friends and foes alike, and as he approaches, I see the weight of despair etched into the lines of his face. We must leave. But where is the safety in fleeing? Troy is crumbling, the ground shaking beneath them, and I can taste the ashes of their dreams. I remember the fields of Sparta, Helen murmurs, her voice trembling, recalling a time when they danced beneath a golden sun. The laughter, the joy, what have we done? Each word is a shard, cutting deeper into the guilt that haunts them both. The specter of love now twisted into something grotesque, a reminder that even the most beautiful things can turn to dust. Behind them, the walls of Troy shudder, a symphony of anguish. I stand amidst it all, feeling the earth tremble and shift, as if the city itself is mourning its demise. I can hear the cries of the dying, the wails of mothers and the curses of fathers, all melting into a single, haunting chorus. O great walls, I think, you held us so high, but now you bring us low. Suddenly, a loud crash. The gates are breached. I see the shadows of the Greeks flowing in like a dark tide, their faces twisted with fury, their eyes hungry for vengeance. They spill into the streets, a whirlwind of chaos, and I feel my heart race, echoing the terror that grips the city. Paris grips Helen's hand tightly, his eyes wide with a desperation that pulls me in, suffocating yet exhilarating. Stay with me, he begs. I cannot lose you. But how can either of them truly stay when their very existence seems intertwined with destruction? The irony is suffocating. Love became the poison that brought them here, and now it is their anchor. Together, then, Helen replies, her voice steadier, yet the quiver betrays her. Together. A word that once spoke of hope. Now it feels like a shackle, binding them to the storm. They know the truth, that love, when intertwined with fate, can turn into a weapon. I glance around, taking in the chaos as if it were a tapestry coming undone. Soldiers clash, swords sing, and the air is thick with the metallic scent of blood. It seeps through the cracks, mingling with the smoke, a reminder that beauty and violence often dance hand in hand. A soldier stumbles, breath hitching, and I see in his eyes the ghost of a child, innocent and unaware. I remember childhood games, laughter echoing in sunlit fields, but now, it is just darkness and desperation. Paris! A shout, sharp and furious. Menelaus bursts into view, a storm of rage and heartbreak, his presence electrifying the air. The broken husband, the wronged king, his sword glints ominously. You took everything from me. He lunges, but Paris moves with the grace of a deer, but a deer cornered by wolves. I feel the air crackle with tension, the moment stretching like a taut string ready to snap. Helen steps between them, her voice rising above the chaos, pleading. Stop! This is not the way. But her words are swallowed by fury, drowned in the sound of clashing steel. Time falters, while heartbeat hangs suspended, and I see their faces. Menelaus, rage etched deep, a king displaced, a heart twisted by betrayal. Paris, defiant yet terrified, holding on to love like a lifeline. And Helen, caught in the crossfire of past and present, a woman torn by what was and what could never be. The world shatters around them as swords meet flesh. A scream. A blink. Paris falters, blood bursting from a wound that seems to suck the very life from him. Helen's face crumples, a mirror of despair and horror, as she reaches for him, but the distance grows, each heartbeat a cruel reminder of their fate. Together, she whispers, but the word is hollow now. I can feel their pain rippling like a wave, crashing over the remnants of a once great city. Shadows leap from the flames, twisting into grotesque forms, mocking the love that has led them here. The sacred walls of Troy tremble, and I can almost hear them weep. Time slips away. The city burns, screams echoing, and I taste the bitter ashes on my tongue. Helen cradles Paris as he falls, her tears mingling with the smoke, and I feel the weight of a million sorrows bearing down on me. The air is heavy, thick like a shroud, wrapping around my heart. "Forgive me," Paris gasps, his voice fading like the last light of day. "Forgive us all." And in that moment, as the flames dance, licking the sky, I know there will be no forgiveness here. Only the echoes of love and loss, the haunting memories of a city and the ghosts of those who dared to dream. Troy falls, and in its ashes, I can almost hear the whispers of the past. A tapestry unraveled, threads of fate entwined in a tragic dance. I remember. And as the night swallows the last remnants of light, I am left standing among the ruins, my heart heavy with the weight of inevitability, knowing the end is only the beginning. The air hung thick with the stench of smoke and sweat, a pungent reminder of chaos. In the dim light of dawn, the world was painted in shades of ash and despair. I held my breath, the silence around me pulsating with a heartbeat that felt foreign yet familiar. I crouched behind a shattered wall, heart hammering against my ribcage like a bird desperate to escape a cage. The echoes of a distant scream pierced through the fog of my thoughts, a reminder that the nightmare wasn't over yet. "Come on, Anna, we can't stay here." Jake's voice, hoarse and urgent, cut through the haze. I could see him silhouetted against the flickering flames, anxiety etched on his face, his eyes wild with fear. I wanted to reach out, to reassure him that everything would be okay, but the tremor in my hand spoke louder than any words. I couldn't remember the last time I felt safe. "Where will we go?" I whispered, even though I knew the answer hung in the air, unspoken and suffocating. There was no sanctuary left for us, only shadows that loomed in the corners of our fractured reality. The city had become a ghost, its streets alive with memories of laughter and life, now replaced by echoing cries and the grim specter of survival. "We'll figure it out, we always do," Jake insisted, trying to sound brave, but I saw the cracks in his facade. He was human, flawed and raw, just like me. I remembered the way he smiled before this chaos, bright, infectious, but now it was a mask hiding the truth. Fear was our constant companion, a palpable force curling around us like smoke. "Remember the old bakery?" I said suddenly, an idea flickering to life in my mind. "The one by the fountain." A memory danced before me, a sunlit afternoon where we sat on the steps, crumbs of bread falling like confetti as we laughed, our futures unfurling like the petals of spring. "Yeah," he nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. It might still be standing. But hope was a fragile thing, and as we crept forward, every rustle of fabric and whispered breath felt like an intrusion. Shadows darted past us, flickering figures that could easily be friend or foe. We were trapped in our own minds, a prison of doubt and despair. I could hear the distant shouts, the clank of metal against metal, the world unraveling. I could taste the fear on my tongue, metallic and sharp. My mind raced, replaying moments from our past, laughter that echoed through empty streets, the warmth of hands intertwined, promises made in the simplicity of a fading twilight. Those memories felt like ghosts haunting me, reminding me of what was lost, and it made me ache. "Anna," Jake's voice broke through my reverie. "We have to keep moving." His determination was palpable, but beneath it lay a current of desperation, and I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this waking nightmare. But I couldn't, there was no time for that. The bakery stood just ahead, its once vibrant sign now a twisted relic of the past. The door hung ajar, an invitation wrapped in uncertainty. I glanced at Jake, his eyes searching mine for reassurance, but all I could offer was a nod, a silent pact forged in fear and desperation. As we crossed the threshold, the air shifted, an oppressive weight settling on my chest. The smell of stale bread lingered in the corners, mingling with the scent of decay. I fought the urge to gag as I stepped inside, every creak of the floorboards a haunting melody echoing in the emptiness. This was home once, I murmured, not entirely sure if I was speaking to Jake or to myself. Once, he echoed, his voice cracking. But things change. Before I could respond, a noise shattered the silence, heavy boots thudding against the ground outside. My heart lurched, a wild animal trapped in a cage. I froze, fear paralyzing me. Jake's eyes widened, and I knew we had only seconds before they found us. "Hide," I whispered, urgency lacing my words as I gestured toward the back room. "Now!" We slipped into the shadows, hearts racing in sync, breaths shallow and quick. The world outside descended into chaos, voices shouting, commands barked like gunfire. I could feel every heartbeat thrum in my ears, the intensity of our fear pooling in the small space. I remember, I choked on the words, a flood of memories washing over me. The way we used to dream about leaving this place, about safety, about life. Jake grasped my hand, grounding me, his grip fierce yet trembling. "We can't lose hope, Anna. We can't." But hope was a fragile thing, teetering on the edge of despair. The doors burst open, and shadows spilled into the bakery, dark figures searching, scanning, hunting. I pressed against the wall, heart pounding as the footsteps drew closer, each thud echoing in the depths of my soul. Then, they were there, faces shadowed by helmets, eyes cold and unfeeling. I could see the glint of metal, the promise of violence. "Check everywhere," one barked, voice dripping with authority. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, but my body felt paralyzed, trapped between survival and surrender. I remembered the night sky, the stars flickering like distant dreams, and I wanted to scream at the universe for allowing this to happen. I wanted to rage against the darkness that had swallowed our world whole. "They're coming," Jake hissed, voice barely above a whisper. And in that moment, I knew the truth. We were alive, but at what cost? What would we lose to escape? Would we remain ourselves, or would we become shadows, mere echoes of who we once were? As the footsteps drew nearer, the weight of our choices crashed down like a tidal wave, blurring the lines between hope and despair. The world outside was a cacophony of chaos, but within these crumbling walls, time stood still. And in the tendrils of that silence, we held on, hearts racing, breaths quickening, as the darkness closed in around us. The sky was a bruised shade of purple, heavy and menacing, as if the heavens themselves were mourners at a funeral. I stood at the edge of a desolate shore, the waves clawing at the sand, whispering secrets of those who never returned. Each crash of the surf felt like a heartbeat, a reminder of absence, a pulse of loss. I shivered, not from the chill of the sea but from the weight of what was to come. The distant horizon trembled, and in that moment, I felt a shiver of dread slice through me, sharp as glass. "I remember," I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like a confession. "I remember when the heroes left, full of fire and purpose, leaving behind hearts heavy with longing." It was a memory tinged with both pride and bitterness, a tapestry of glory interwoven with sorrow. Among the ruins crumbling behind me, Achilles stood, a spectre of his former self. His eyes, once vibrant with the thrill of battle, now bore the weariness of 1,000 lost souls. Each step he took was a reminder of the weight of unfinished promises. "I was invincible," he whispered, the bravado stripped away, leaving only a raw ache. "Now I am but a ghost wandering through memories, haunted by what I cannot reclaim." I could see it in his clenched fists, the rage bubbling beneath the surface like molten lava, ready to erupt. The glorious hero, the slayer of Hector, now shackled by his own triumph, haunted by the ghosts of comrades fallen. Beside him, Odysseus lingered, a man caught in the web of his own making. He had returned, yes, but home felt foreign, like a suit that no longer fit. His laughter, once rich and boisterous, was thin and brittle, cracking under the weight of unspoken grief. "I remember," he murmured, his voice a mere whisper against the crashing waves. "I remember Penelope, waiting, the threads of her life unraveling with each passing day." The thought of her, steadfast and unwavering, ignited a fire within him, a longing that felt both sacred and suffocating. He was a man adrift, a sailor of dreams lost at sea, battling the tempest of his own mind. In that moment, the wind shifted, carrying with it echoes of memories long buried. I could almost hear the laughter of fallen friends, the clang of swords, the smell of smoke rising from the ruins of Troy. It wrapped around us like a shroud, a reminder of what was left behind, what could never be reclaimed. I felt the weight of their losses, a heaviness that settled like stones in my stomach. Achilles turned, his gaze piercing, and I felt the intensity of his pain. "What is a hero without glory?" he spat, his voice a growl, raw with emotion. "What is a warrior who has tasted victory only to find it hollow? I fought for honor, for legacy, but all that remains are ghosts." His words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a stark reminder that even the most glorious of victories can feel like a prison. Odysseus stepped closer, the shadows of his past swirling around him like wisps of smoke. "You think you are the only one haunted?" I carried the weight of my decisions, the blood of those I lost on my hands. I returned to a home that felt like a stranger's. What glory is there in that? His voice cracked, the facade of the cunning hero crumbling beneath the pressure of his own memories. "Every night, I hear their cries. Every dawn, I see their faces. I am both home and lost." The tension swelled, electric like a storm brewing on the horizon. We stood together, three souls intertwined by loss, yet isolated by our own burdens. The sea roared, mirroring the chaos within us, a symphony of grief and rage. I felt myself drawn into the vortex, the pull of their pain wrapping around me, suffocating yet intoxicating. "Will we ever be free of this?" I whispered, the question barely audible above the crashing waves. The fear seeped into my bones, a chilling thought that echoed through the silence. Would we forever be shackled to our past, to the specters of those we couldn't save? Achilles took a deep breath, his chest rising like a tide, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope behind his stormy eyes. "Freedom is an illusion," he said softly. "Perhaps it is in accepting our losses that we find our way forward. We may bleed and break, but we are not defined by our scars." There was a grace in his surrender, a resilience I had not expected. Odysseus nodded, the furrow in his brow easing slightly. "We must carry our ghosts, yes, but we can also honor them. In every breath, in every heartbeat, they live on." His words wrapped around us like a warm cloak, an offering of solace amidst the chaos. But just as hope flickered in the distance, a shadow loomed larger, the weight of the past pressing down upon us, unyielding. The horizon darkened, and I felt the air thicken, the tension palpable, like a coiled spring ready to snap. As the waves roared louder, I caught a glimpse of something amiss, a figure emerging from the depths, cloaked in darkness, a wraith of forgotten memories. I felt fear twist in my gut, an electric jolt that sent shivers racing down my spine. The past was not done with us yet. "Prepare yourselves," I whispered, dread pooling in my chest as the figure approached, a harbinger of losses yet to come. It was here, the ghost of our choices, the reckoning we had tried so desperately to outrun. And as the shadows enveloped us, I realized that this wasn't merely a return, it was a confrontation with everything we had ever feared. With a heartbeat that echoed like thunder, we braced for impact, our fates entwined in a dance of loss and redemption, as the night closed in around us, unforgiving and all-consuming. Would we emerge whole? Or would we be swallowed by the very darkness we had sought to escape? The answer lay just beyond the reach of light, in the whispers of the wind and the crashing of the waves, a haunting melody that would forever echo in our hearts. A siren wails through the night, cutting through the fog like a knife through flesh, and I am there, clutching the railing of the old ship, my hand slick with sweat, heart racing like a wild beast trapped in a cage. I close my eyes, but the memory is relentless, dragging me back to a battlefield drenched in mud and blood, where hope flickered like a candle flame, and I know, we fought not just for survival but for the echoes of our own lost humanity. The weight of guilt presses down on my chest, a familiar spectre that sits beside me as I remember Meris, her laughter ringing in my ears like a cruel joke. She danced through the chaos, her spirit untouched, until the moment it wasn't. I remember the look in her eyes, wide and uncomprehending as the world spiraled into darkness. There was a war that tore us apart, yes, but it was the silence after that felt like the real enemy. We were left with questions that clawed at our minds, and ghosts that filled the spaces we once occupied. I see Thomas, pacing the cramped quarters of the ship, his eyes haunted, reflecting the storm outside. He was a soldier once, a beacon of hope in that hellish landscape where we lost everything. "What do we do now?" he asks, his voice trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. It's a question that hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. The war ended, but the scars remained, festering under layers of denial and regret. He sinks into a chair, resting his head in his hands, as though the weight of the world could be pushed away if he just pressed hard enough. The memories swirl around us, like smoke rising from the ashes of a life we can't reclaim. I remember, oh, how I remember, walking through the city streets strewn with remnants of a conflict that seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. The shadows of the buildings loomed over us, whispering secrets of those who had come before. "They say myths are born from the embers of truth," I once told Thomas, trying to breathe life into our fractured reality. But now, even the myths feel treacherous. Outside, the wind howls like a wounded animal, echoing the cries of the fallen. I can almost hear Meris's laughter weaving through the chaos, a spectral melody that haunts my dreams. Every night, I close my eyes, and there she stands, radiant and untouchable, her voice a siren song luring me back to a time when war was a distant threat, and love was a tangible thing. "Do you think they'll remember us?" Thomas murmurs, breaking the spell, pulling me back to the present. His question is a knife, sharp and merciless. It cuts through the fog of my thoughts, and I find myself grappling with the truth. Will we be forgotten, mere footnotes in the history written by those who never felt the weight of a soldier's burden? I remember how we used to laugh at the absurdity of it all. They bathed once a year, I joked with Meris, so romance was earthy. She threw her head back, the sound of her laughter mingling with the crackle of gunfire in the distance. It was a defense mechanism, a way to shield ourselves from the horror unfolding around us, to find warmth in the cold grip of war. Yet here we are, years later, still searching for warmth in the ashes of our memories. The ship creaks, a ghost of its former self, just like us. I glance at Thomas, his face etched with lines of sorrow, and I feel the weight of our shared experience pulling us closer together, binding us with invisible threads of loss. It's like we're chasing shadows, I say, my voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile memory of Meris that still lingers. Or trying to outrun our own ghosts, he counters, his eyes narrowing as he stares out into the dark abyss. I can see the memories flitting across his face, the lost brothers, the comrades who never returned, their laughter silenced forever. What if they come back? He asks, his voice trembling with a combination of fear and longing. What if they do? What if the ghosts of our past rise to haunt us, demanding we acknowledge the weight of their sacrifices? I feel a chill run down my spine as the sirens wail louder, drowning out the memories, but I know they will never truly be silenced. They will linger, whisper, and claw at the edges of our minds. I remember a soldier once told me, the legacy of war is not just the battles fought, it is the myths we create to comfort ourselves in the aftermath. I can almost see Meris in the distance, her silhouette dancing against the backdrop of chaos, beckoning me to join her in a world devoid of pain. "You can't go back," Thomas says, his voice laced with urgency, pulling me back from the brink. "You can't keep chasing her." But how do I explain that she is not just a memory? She is the embodiment of every lost hope, every unfulfilled dream wrapped in the shroud of war. The wind shrieks through the rigging, and for a moment, I can almost hear the voices of those we lost, swirling around us like a storm. They remind us of what we left behind, of the lives we couldn't save. I look at Thomas, and we share a moment of unspoken understanding. This war has forged us into something unrecognizable, and the myths we create are both our salvation and our damnation. I take a deep breath, the salty air stinging my lungs, and I realize that these memories, these ghosts, they don't just belong to me. They are part of the fabric of our existence, woven into the very essence of who we are. And so, as the ship continues its lonely journey through the night, I hold onto them fiercely, refusing to let them fade into the shadows. And the sirens wail on, a haunting echo of the past, reminding us that while the world may move on, the legacy of the war will always remain, an indelible mark on our souls, a story waiting to be told, a truth begging to be acknowledged. So, we brace ourselves for the next chapter, knowing it will be filled with both the beauty of remembrance and the pain of loss, forever entwined in the complex dance of our existence. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burnt wood, a ghostly remnant of the fire that had consumed everything she had once called home. Helen stood there, heart pounding like a drum in the silence that followed the chaos, each beat a reminder of what she had lost. The flames had licked the night sky with a ferocity she had never imagined, and now, as she stared at the charred remains, a chilling emptiness settled deep within her. She had made her choice, and now the consequences clawed at her throat, choking her with unshed tears. It was late, the moon casting a sickly glow over the rubble. Shadows danced like memories, flickering in and out of existence. Helen's fingers trembled as she traced the outline of what once was a doorframe, now just a skeletal memory of safety. She could still hear the echoes of laughter, the warmth of voices that had filled these walls. But laughter turned to screams, the warmth suffocated under the weight of fire. She remembered the moment she chose to act, the decision that had set this tragedy in motion. It coursed through her veins like poison, a bitter reminder that not all choices lead to salvation. Why did I think I could save them? The words slipped from her mouth, barely a whisper in the still night, but they hung heavy in the air, taunted by the silence. A figure emerged from the haze, a silhouette against the twilight. Marcus! His face was a mask of anguish, eyes wide and questioning, as if he were trying to peer into the depths of her soul. She could feel the weight of his gaze, the unspoken words hanging between them like dark clouds. He had been her anchor, her confidant, but now their shared burden threatened to tear them apart. Did you really think you could change anything?" he asked, his voice strained, laden with an unshakable disappointment. "You had to know this would happen. And do nothing?" Helen shot back, fury igniting within her like a spark in dry grass. The choice was never between doing nothing and saving everyone, Marcus. It was about standing up when darkness swallows the light. He stepped closer, the heat of his anger palpable. "And look where standing up got you. Look around. You were reckless, Helen." Her heart twisted, the words slicing through her chest like shards of glass. Reckless. The very word echoed in her mind. She had fought against the tide, against all odds, trying to save those she loved. But now, they were gone, and the very act of courage had laid waste to everything she cherished. "I remember," she said, her voice trembling. "I remember their faces, their laughter, their dreams. I thought I could save them. I thought I could change the world." In that moment, the weight of her choices crashed over her like a tidal wave, drowning her in regret. The moon's glow felt colder, the night's embrace a reminder of the solitude that awaited her. She saw the flicker of candles in the nearby houses, families gathering together, warmth radiating from their windows, while she stood outside, forever an outsider. Marcus's expression softened, his anger melting into concern. "But at what cost, Helen? Look at what's left. You may have stood tall, but what if standing meant losing everything?" The question hung in the air, suspended like the smoke swirling around them. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, grounding herself in the moment. "I thought I was strong. I thought I could be the spark that ignited hope." He stepped closer, his breath warm against her cheeks, but it only fueled her turmoil. "You've ignited something, all right. A fire of destruction." A heart-wrenching silence fell between them, each second stretching into infinity, filled with the haunting echoes of what could have been. Helen glanced back at the ruins, and the silent screams of the lost reverberated in her ears. Each flicker from the embers whispered their names, ghosts dancing in the remnants of her choices. "I remember the dreams we shared," she murmured, her voice breaking. "The plans we made to fight against the darkness together. I thought I could bring light back to this place. But at what cost?" His voice trembled, the vulnerability cracking through the facade he had built. "You've lost everything, Helen. You've lost yourself." Tears streamed down her face, smearing the soot that clung to her skin. She felt the ache in her chest, a chasm that refused to close. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I wanted to save them. I wanted to believe, but belief felt like a fragile whisper now, slipping through her fingers like the ashes that settled around her feet. The night felt alive, pulsing with unspoken truths, each shadow a reminder of the lives intertwined with hers. And yet, here she was, standing on the precipice of despair. A choice, she repeated, the weight of the word heavy on her tongue. It was a choice that led to this. Marcus's eyes glistened with unshed tears, an understanding passing between them, a reckoning etched in their souls. And now you must face it, Helen. You must confront the darkness you unleashed. You can't run from the aftermath. But how could she confront it? The shadows whispered of failure, of echoes that would forever haunt her. The flames had stolen the laughter, the warmth, and all that was left was a gaping void where hope had once burned bright. I remember, she whispered, the words a haunting melody that played in her mind. I remember every moment, every choice. And as the embers faded into the night, Helen realized that the consequences of her choices were not just a reflection of her strength or her courage. They were a testament to the very frailty of the human spirit, a reminder that even the brightest flames can be extinguished by the very wind that fuels them. Time pressed on around them, and the moon dipped lower in the sky, a witness to their anguish, their reckoning. The world continued spinning, oblivious to the heartache that lay in the ashes. I can't do this alone, she finally confessed, her voice barely a whisper against the night. Marcus took a step closer, his hand reaching out to clasp hers, warmth flooding through the cold void that had taken root inside her. You're not alone. But you must be willing to confront the shadows, Helen. You can't let them consume you. And in that moment, as the darkness swirled around them, Helen felt the tiniest flicker of hope ignite within her, a fragile flame, but alive, ready to be fanned into existence. But the shadows were thick, and the night was far from over. Choices still lay ahead, and the consequences were only beginning to unfold. The clock struck midnight, a fierce, echoing chime that reverberated through the narrow alleys of Paris. Shadows stretched long and twisted, crawling like phantoms against the ancient stone. A distant scream pierced the silence, raw and unrestrained, striking like a hammer on the anvil of my heart. I remember clutching my chest, fingers digging into my skin, as if hoping to hold my own pulse steady. The city was alive, yet it felt eerily dead, a paradox wrapped in cobblestone and memories. I was there, crouched behind a crumbling wall, the dampness seeping through my cloak like the chill of dread pooling in my gut. Above me, stars flickered weakly, mocking the chaos unraveled below. A woman ran past, her hair a wild cascade of anguish, eyes wide with terror and desperation. Marie. I had always known her, flawed, fierce, too stubborn for her own good. She had dreams like fireflies caught in a jar, beautiful yet fleeting. But tonight, they flickered dangerously close to extinction. Marie! I called out, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the night. Where are you going? She didn't stop. In that moment, the weight of her fight became my own, a burden I could barely lift. A fleeting shadow of regret washed over me. I had loved her, a love tangled in the thorns of our past, each prick a reminder of choices unmade. But love was not enough. Not here. Not now. The air grew thick with the stench of smoke and fear, tinged with something metallic, blood. I remembered the tales whispered in the taverns, of revolutions that gnawed at the heart of society, of heroes and villains caught in an eternal dance. Yet here I was, not a hero. Just a coward hiding from the storm, paralyzed by a fear that seeped deeper than the ground beneath me. From my vantage point, I could see him standing there, Ajax, my brother, my rival. He wore defiance like a crown and wielded it with the arrogance that made me sick. His voice, booming and passionate, reached me even through the chaos, calling the masses to arms. He believed in something greater than himself, and, God help me, I felt the twinge of envy. Fight for change, he shouted, his fists raised like flags of war. Fight for the future. His passion ignited the crowd, their shouts echoing through the night, rising like a fevered dream, full of hope and despair. But hope was a dangerous thing, especially when tempered with desperation. I remembered his dreams once, too, dreams of a world where we wouldn't have to fight. And yet, here we were, brothers divided by fate and fear. The ground trembled as they surged forward, a wave of humanity poised to crash against the walls of oppression. I watched them go, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of rebellion. Each one was a ghost, carrying the burdens of their past, driven by anger, sorrow, and a longing for freedom. I felt the pull, the desire to join, to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, but the fear wrapped around my chest like a vice. I remember the moment it all shifted, when the calm shattered. The air crackled with tension, and in the distance, the low rumble of something sinister approached. The guards! Run! I shouted, but my voice fell on deaf ears. They were caught in the rapture of a dream, blind to the storm brewing on the horizon. Jack, caught in the fervor, didn't see the danger until it was too late. I could see it, the glint of swords, the gleam of armored men creeping out from the shadows, a predatory silence cloaking their advance. And then chaos erupted. A clash of metal and flesh, the sound like thunder, like the wrath of an ancient god. I felt my heart race, each beat a reminder of my cowardice. I should have moved, should have joined the fight, but instead, I stood frozen, watching the nightmare unfold. Men fell, bodies crumpling like discarded dreams, and Marie, oh God, Marie, she was swept into the chaos, lost in the tide of desperation, her screams a haunting melody that pierced my very soul. I stumbled forward, propelled by a force I couldn't name. Marie! I called, the word tearing from my throat, raw and ragged. The world blurred, transformed into a canvas of chaos. I pushed through the throng, desperate to find her, the faces around me a murky sea of fear and fury. Each heartbeat thudded against my chest as I fought against the tide, arms brushing against mine, voices rising, falling, merging into a cacophony of pain. Zach! I screamed, my voice a desperate plea caught in the maelstrom. But he was lost in the frenzy, a soldier fighting for a cause, for a brother who had forsaken him. I watched as he raised his sword, his face a mask of anger, determination, and something else, betrayal. A betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. And then it happened, a single, horrifying moment where time slowed to a crawl. Jack turned, his eyes meeting mine, and in that instant, I saw everything, the weight of choices, the lives we'd led, twisted together in the tapestry of our shared history. I remember the fleeting seconds, the world narrowing to the space between us, the air thick with unspoken words. But the clash of swords shattered the moment. A guard lunged, and in a breathless heartbeat, destiny struck. I gasped, watching as Jack fell, the light in his eyes dimming, extinguished like a candle snuffed in the wind. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the world falling away, and the last remnants of hope slipped through my fingers like sand. Marie was gone, swallowed by the chaos. Jack lay motionless, and the city, my beautiful, cursed city, seemed to mourn, a wailing echo of grief spilling into the night. I was left standing, heart shattered, consumed by the spiraling shadows of despair. The stars above flickered, indifferent, and the clock chimed on, marking the passage of time as if nothing had changed. But everything had shifted. Paris, my home, my heart, now steeped in tragedy, caught in a tragic conclusion that felt inescapable. And in that moment, as the echoes of the night wrapped around me, I knew this was not the end. No, it was merely the beginning of an endless cycle, a loop of pain and love, forever entangled. The fate of Paris, my fate, our fate, was now written in blood, inked in sorrow, a story left untold, a haunting that would echo through the ages. The clock ticks, a metronome of impending doom, each chime a reminder of the choices we make, or fail to make. I stand at the edge of the precipice, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. The city sprawls below, a labyrinth of shadows and light, where each alley whispers secrets, where every flicker of neon seems to pulse with life, yet feels eerily detached. I remember the first time I felt the weight of destiny pressing down on me, a spectre looming over my shoulder, laughing as I stumbled through choices like a child lost in a carnival funhouse. Maya, with her fierce spirit and soft heart, stands next to me, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos around us. What if we're not in control, she asks, her voice trembling between fear and defiance. The words hang in the air, heavy, as if time itself stops to listen. I remember the nights we spent unraveling the threads of fate, the debates that spiraled into arguments, her belief in cosmic serendipity clashing with my stubborn grip on free will. We were both right and utterly wrong, caught in a web of contradiction, where the line between destiny and choice blurred like the edges of a fading dream. And then there's Aaron, the rational skeptic, arms crossed, standing apart from us like a lighthouse in a storm. His brow furrows, skepticism etched deep into his features. You think the universe cares about your dreams, he scoffs, the bitterness of his past spilling out in every syllable. It's an indifferent chaos out there. I remember how he used to speak of his dreams, how they turned into ash as reality gnawed at them. He's the anchor to my stormy seas, but even anchors can drift, can pull you under if you cling too tightly. Tonight, the stakes are high. A decision waits in the shadows, draped in the smog of indecision. Do we break from our fears or let them dictate our fate? I glance at Maya, her hand trembling near her side, and I know she feels the pull of something greater, something that spins the universe into being. But what if that something is cruel? The thought sends a shiver racing down my spine. The stars flicker above us, a silent jury on our choices, and I wonder, are they guiding us or merely mocking our attempts to grasp the threads of our lives? A siren wails in the distance, the sound slicing through the tension like glass. It reminds me of a time I took a wrong turn, ending up in a neighborhood where fate and free will collided with terrifying ferocity. I remember the faces, the desperation in their eyes, the way life snatched dreams with callous indifference, and I wonder, were those lives predetermined, or did they slip through their fingers, like sand in an hourglass? Maya's gaze shifts, anxiety sparking like electricity. What if we don't choose, she murmurs, each word a breathless confession. The shadows dance around her, a haunting reminder of the past we cannot escape. What if we're just pawns, moved by hands we can't see? Aaron steps forward, his voice rising, a desperate plea cloaked in anger. You think that makes it okay? To just give up? To let fate decide? You think that's the answer? The air thickens, suffocating, charged with the weight of our unspoken fears. We've all been trapped in the same game, caught between the desire for certainty and the chaos of existence. I remember the moments that defined us, the choices we made, or didn't. Each decision a reflection of our deepest selves, yet so often swayed by external forces beyond our grasp. The night becomes a canvas for our conflicts, painted with the colors of our desires and regrets. Shadows flicker behind us, echoes of ourselves trapped in decisions made long ago, ghosts of what could have been. I want to believe I can change it, Maya whispers, her voice cracking, vulnerability laid bare. I feel the weight of her dreams, the burden of her hopes. They wrap around me, squeezing tight. The stars above seem to dim, a reminder that even in darkness, we seek light. But what if it's just me chasing shadows? Aaron's bitterness is palpable, a storm brewing in his chest. You think the universe cares about your dreams, he blasts, unable to shield his own insecurities any longer. His fear is raw, exposed, the truth of his own life gnawing at his insides. The world doesn't bend to your will. You're just a blip, a glitch in the system. The air crackles, and with it, the tension snaps like a taut string, plunging us into silence. Each heartbeat reverberates, echoing the chaos of our minds. In that moment, I see the truth of us, raw and unfiltered. We're each wrestling with the ghosts of our choices, the dreams we've abandoned. The clock keeps ticking, a reminder that time waits for no one, that decisions must be made. I remember standing here, on the brink of something monumental, paralyzed by fear, yet exhilarated by the potential of what lay ahead. I want to reach out to Maya, to pull her into the light, to scream at Aaron that we can fight against the darkness. But then, what if it's all predetermined? What if this moment, this very conversation, has been etched into the fabric of the universe long before we ever dared to dream? The question hangs in the air, suffocating, a reminder that perhaps we're all puppets dancing on strings we can't see. And in that moment of uncertainty, the city breathes around us, alive and pulsating, a reminder that while fate may weave a tapestry, we hold the needle, the choice to stitch our own paths, however flawed. The weight of our emotions collides, binding us in a shared experience of existence, where every heartbeat thunders like the pulse of the cosmos, and the air is thick with promise and dread, all at once. As we stand on the precipice of our own choices, the tension swells, an unspeakable force drawing us closer to a confrontation we cannot escape. I can feel the gravity of the moment, the pull of fate's icy fingers brushing against my skin, urging me to step forward into the unknown. The clock ticks on, relentless, and I know, whatever happens next will change everything. The moon hung like a ghostly eye, watching over the ruins of Troy, its battered walls whispering secrets into the cold night. A chill wound its way through the air, heavy with the scent of forgotten dreams and blood-soaked earth. I stood there, the remnants of a once majestic city looming before me, and I remember the stories, the haunting tales that clawed at my heart, echoing through the ages, demanding to be felt, to be understood. Hector, brave and noble, lay still, a name etched into history, a ghost wandering the passageways of my mind. I remember his fierce gaze, the fire in his eyes as he faced Achilles, the rage of a man defending his home, his family. The weight of honor pressed upon him like a shroud. How could he not feel the suffocating pressure of destiny? I could almost hear his heart pounding, a drumbeat of inevitability. The clash of swords, the cries of warriors, it all swirled around me, a cacophony of fury and despair. And yet, beneath the hero's mask, Hector was flawed, a man who cherished his wife, Andromache, and their child, yet knew that every step toward the battlefield could be his last. Love twisted into a noose, tightening with each farewell whispered in the shadows. I remember him kneeling, cradling his son in his arms, the boy wailing, innocent to the storm brewing outside their walls. I will return, he promised, though the words hung in the air like a lie. A promise choked by fate's cruel grip, echoing into the abyss of time, into my very soul. Then there was Helen, the spark that ignited the flame of war, her beauty both a blessing and a curse. How could one woman carry the weight of thousands? I remember her laughter, bright and haunting, like the chime of a distant bell, calling hearts to battle and hearts to ruin. She walked through the halls of her life, a spectre cloaked in silk, her mind a battlefield of its own. Betrayal danced in her thoughts, and in her chest, a heart torn between love and regret beat relentlessly. She stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the sea, waves crashing violently against the rocks below, much like her tumultuous emotions. "What have I done?" she whispered to the wind, and I could feel the weight of her question reverberate through time. Her beauty was a curse, a blade that cut deep, a spark that ignited a conflagration consuming everything in its path. I remember my own heart clenching in sympathy. She was a woman trapped in history's cruel grip, a puppet on the strings of fate, swayed by the desires of men. The night deepened, and in the shadows of Troy, the echoes of war unfurled. Images flickered like candle flames, Achilles, his fury unmatched, his heel a vulnerability that would become legend. He was a god among men, yet beneath the surface, he was haunted by loss, by the spectre of his friend Patroclus. I remember the way the air turned electric when he charged into battle, muscles taut with rage, each swing of his sword a desperate cry for vengeance. But with every life he claimed, a piece of him crumbled, and the rage consumed him as much as it empowered him. Is this what glory feels like? He must have wondered, staring into the faces of the fallen. I felt the pulse of his despair echo through the ages, a reminder that all victories come with a price, that every hero is as fragile as the lives they decide to protect. As the stars blinked above, I sensed the pull of the past, the threads of fate weaving a tapestry of life and death. The tragic beauty of it all, the madness, the sorrow, the unrelenting march of time. I remember the stories of betrayal, envy, and love that crossed the boundaries of time and space. It was as if the very soil cried out for the souls lost in the chaos, the remnants of lives lived in the shadow of the Trojan War. Their laughter, their tears, their hopes, all trapped in an endless cycle, begging to be released. And in that moment, I felt the ghosts of those long gone wrap around me, their whispers a haunting lullaby. Each heartbeat echoed with the intensity of their struggles, their triumphs, their losses. I remember how the weight of their pain felt like an anchor, dragging me deeper into the murky waters of history, where every ripple bore witness to the timeless consequences of human folly. The clash of swords, the cries of the dying, the desperate pleas for mercy, each sound reverberated in my mind, a symphony of chaos that transcended time. I was lost in the throes of emotion, the surge of fear and heartbreak crashing over me like waves. The war that had begun over love had twisted into a nightmare, a reflection of humanity's darkest impulses, a mirror of our own conflicts, our own struggles. How could these stories still resonate? How could the shadows of the past linger so hauntingly in our modern lives? I walked among the ruins, the moon casting an ethereal glow on the scattered stones, each one a testament to the pain and passion that flowed through the veins of history. I felt the weight of every decision, every betrayal hanging in the air, thick and palpable, an unspoken bond between the past and the present. And as I stood there, breathless, the echoes of the Trojan War pulsing around me, I understood, the impact of that ancient conflict was not confined to dusty texts and faded memories. It lived on, coursing through our veins, shaping our stories, our loves, our losses. The heart of humanity beats in rhythm with the past, a dark, poetic dance of passion and tragedy, an endless cycle of striving and failing, hoping and despairing. Time slipped away, a mere whisper against the backdrop of eternity. I remember the clock ticking, each second a reminder that the stories of Hector, Helen, and Achilles were not just relics but threads woven into the very fabric of our existence. And as I turned to leave, the ruins of Troy stood sentinel, a haunting reminder that some battles are never truly over, that the echoes of history reverberate into our souls, shaping us in ways we may never fully comprehend. The night deepened, and with every step, I carried their stories with me, a torch illuminating the shadows, ensuring that their pain, their love, their humanity would never be forgotten. The ghosts lingered, each one whispering a truth that transcended time. We are all but players on a stage, dancing to the tune of fate, forever entwined in the enduring impact of the Trojan War. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and choking, curling around the ruins of a once great city. The cries of the dying mingled with the distant clangor of swords, a symphony of despair that seemed to echo through time itself. I stood there, heart pounding, as the ground trembled beneath my feet, each tremor a reminder of everything that had been lost. Around me, shadows flitted, remnants of a past that refused to fade, whispers of glory turned to ash. The night sky stretched vast and indifferent, stars twinkling like mocking eyes, bearing witness to humanity's folly. Paris, the prince of Troy, his face a mask of anguish, clutched the blooded hilt of his sword. I saw the tremor in his hand, knew that beneath his bravado lay a well of doubt. He was not the noble hero he wished to be, he was a man haunted by choices, trapped in a web of passion and betrayal. Love had been his catalyst, yet it had transformed into a monster, consuming all in its path. I remember his eyes, dark pools of regret, as he searched for Helen, the woman who had set this inferno ablaze. Helen, oh Helen, caught between desire and the chaos of her own making. She stood at the edge of the world, her beauty a shroud that concealed the turmoil within. I could see the flicker of fear in her gaze, the weight of 1,000 lives resting on her delicate shoulders. She was the embodiment of 1,000,000 dreams and 1,000,000 nightmares, every glance a dagger, every sigh a cry for salvation. Would she ever find peace? Or was she destined to wander through the ruins of her choices, a ghost among the living? As the flames licked higher, memories surged within me, the echoes of laughter, the warmth of sunlight on skin, the bittersweet taste of victory. I remember the stories told by the elders of heroes and glory, but they left out the price of ambition, the cost of desire. Here, in the heart of destruction, I felt it all, loss so profound it wrapped around my chest like a vice, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Then, there was Agamemnon, the might of Greece bound to his ambition. His stride was confident, though his eyes betrayed him. I could almost hear the whispers that haunted him, the ghosts of those who had fallen for his dreams. Each step he took toward the throne was soaked in blood, yet he wore the crown with a heavy heart. Power was a curse disguised as a blessing, and beneath the regal veneer lay a man who had sacrificed everything for a fleeting moment of grandeur. His voice boomed through the chaos, rallying the troops, igniting a flicker of hope, but I saw the crack in his armor. He longed for the glory of the battlefield, yet he was burdened by the faces of the fallen, men whose laughter once filled the air, now silenced forever. I remember the way he grimaced, the fleeting moment of clarity when guilt washed over him, as if he could feel their souls clawing at the edges of his mind. In the midst of this madness, the shadows danced, taunting me with their presence. I could almost touch them, cold and fleeting, reminders of choices made, paths taken. Each figure bore a story, a lover lost, a brother betrayed, a mother weeping in the dark. The tragedy of Troy was not just of walls crumbling but of the very fabric of humanity unraveling. I stood before Helen, her face illuminated by the flickering flames. What have we done? I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. She turned her gaze towards me, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of understanding, a shared grief that transcended time. We were all prisoners of our desires, entangled in a dance of fate and consequence. Paris reappeared, eyes wild, clutching Helen's hand as if it were the last anchor to a world that was slipping away. "We can escape this," he whispered, desperation coloring his voice. But could they? Could they really outrun the shadows of their past, the weight of their choices? I felt the gravity of their despair, like a stone sinking in the depths of a dark sea. They were two broken souls trying to stitch together a future from the tatters of their present, and it tore at my heart to witness. Then the horns blared, a sound sharp enough to cut through the fog of despair. Trojans and Greeks alike surged forward, the battlefield a chaotic swirl of flesh and blood, desperation and ambition. In that moment, the air crackled with electric tension, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of fate. I watched as the warriors clashed, the clang of steel a haunting symphony, reverberating through the very core of my being. And then I saw it, the spear aimed at Paris, the glint of metal slicing through the haze. Time slowed, a cruel trick of the cosmos. I wanted to scream, to warn him, but the words froze on my lips. I remember the horror in Helen's eyes as she reached for him, the unbreakable bond of love clashing with the inevitability of fate. What could I say to ease the burden of their choices? What wisdom could I impart that would matter in the face of such overwhelming loss? As the spear found its mark, I felt the world shatter, fragments of hope scattering like ashes in the wind. Paris fell, and with him, the last flicker of dreams. Helen's scream pierced the air, raw and unfiltered, a sound that tore through the night as if it was a death knell. In that moment, I understood, love is as powerful as it is destructive, a force that can build empires and raze them to the ground, a duality we refuse to acknowledge until it's too late. The battlefield, once a stage for glory, became a graveyard for dreams unfulfilled. And in the thick of it all, I stood witness, heart aching, as the lessons of the Trojan War unfolded before me, stark and unyielding. It was a reflection of humanity laid bare, a mirror of our deepest desires and darkest fears. Each figure lost in the chaos was a reminder that we are all bound by the chains of our choices, the ones we make and the ones we leave unmade, a cycle that continues, relentless and unforgiving. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating, pregnant with the weight of realization. The smoke curled into the night, a reminder that the echoes of our actions linger long after the fires have died. And as I stood there, lost in the shadows of what had been, I could only wonder, what lessons would we carry forward? What ghosts would we choose to embrace? The answer lay hidden in the flickering flames, waiting to ignite once more, a cycle without end.